We have 7 items, 7 discussion items that we will be going through. We'll have public comment at the end of all of those. We've scheduled 4.5 hours for this hearing. We'd like to hear from all of you. When public comment comes, I know many of you are familiar with how we do public comment here in the state capitol, but we'll have a queue line over here. We'll have mobile mics for those who need them, and then we'll ask you to come up and testify. We would like to keep the comments concise so that we can hear from everyone. So we would ask you to keep your comments in such a manner as to be under 3 minutes. We won't do the 1-minute drill that some of you went through across the hall in the assembly. But if you will help us and be empathetic and sympathetic to those people who may be coming behind you and just the length of this hearing, we would appreciate it. But we are here to listen to you, and that's very genuine. We know that these are stressful, difficult times for many people. This is our 4th hearing at the Health and Human Services Committee. All of them have been extremely difficult. Senator Alquist, who used to chair this committee, has been through this before, but I don't think any of us have ever been through anything like we're attempting to do, both in terms of the time constraint and the depth of the governor's suggested cuts. And to your department, I know all of you have been through this many times. I know in my 20 years in public office, mostly in elected office in the East Bay, I've come to know many of you and your need for services, and come to appreciate the challenges of family members, friends, and of course the clients themselves. So I know that for Dr. Emerson and Senator Alquist and myself, we are very interested in hearing from you. We are empathetic towards your challenges. But having said that, we have a daunting challenge in front of us. Our leadership and the governor has asked us collectively to identify $12.5 billion worth of cuts in the next few weeks. We are responding to his proposals, and of course we'll hear from the department and the Legislative Analyst Office and the Department of Finance as needed in response to questions. This is in the context of an economic situation. I think it's necessary for all of us to be reminded that we have gone through the most difficult global economic crisis in our lifetime. The world has lost 1/3 of its wealth in the last 2.5 years. There's many places and there's many possibilities for ascribing responsibility for that situation. That's not necessary to go through here today, and that's not to try to go around responsibility. But we have a responsibility to the citizens of California, given the constraints that we have, to hit this financial challenge as best we can. We've tried to put it off for a number of years, but with the end of federal ARA funds, with the continuation of the Bush tax cuts, and with the economy being very slow, we are in a position where we have no choice. We're hoping to avoid further cuts, hoping to deal with not having the tax extensions eliminated, at least speaking for myself, on June 30th. So, and speaking for others, I think all of us don't want to have further cuts, however we get to that point. But we want to do it in as thoughtful way as possible, particularly for the most frail and vulnerable of Californians. And we've had this discussion not just with your community, but very heartfelt concerns from aged community, for the frail and elderly, particularly for aged, and for foster care. So it's all been quite daunting. Next week we will have 3 hearings of the full budget committee, so this will continue. We've got many faxes from you and emails. I know all of us have. We appreciate that. I know for myself, and I'm sure for my colleagues, we've met in our district. We've had town hall meeting in the East Bay just 2 weeks ago with many of you. So we're aware of your concerns, and we're going to try to be as responsive as possible under these difficult times. So with that, we're going to begin with the vote-only items. Welcome, Senator Emerson. And I know we confused some of you by being on time, so I guess we apologize for that. But there's a first for everything. There are three discussion issues, but 7 items, and basically what we're dealing with, not to be redundant, is the governor's $750 million general fund reduction in the developmentally disabled budget, proposed statewide standards for the purchase of services, and trailer bill language for accountability and transparency issues, and expenditures within the developmental centers. So on vote only, these items are On the calendar for this, the California Health and Human Services agencies, they're on page 2 through 5. I would move the approval of the recommendations as noted in the agenda, which means we are denying the second proposal on health information support. Is there any dissent? The record will show that that's 3-0 with Senator Elquist and Senator Emerson voting in the affirmative for the motion, which will take us to our discussion items. And again, we're going to go through each of these. There will be a motion on the first one, which I will take up after we've heard from staff and any questions that the committee will have. And then we will go through each of the other items. Again, before we have public comment, each of the other items, the recommendation is to hold open to send it to the full budget committee. And with that, we will hear from the department. Good morning, Terry.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members, and thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I know we have a lot of people that want to testify, so I'll keep my remarks short at the beginning. And just say I share the concern about the daunting task ahead of all of us. It's monumental in terms of looking at DDS's budget. I really appreciate the excellent agenda that Ms. Van Varen has prepared. I think it fully summarizes everything about our department, just at a very high level. We do serve 246,000 consumers through 21 regional centers for the people living in the community, 4 developmental centers, and 1 community facility for those that we serve at the state level. We'll talk in detail about the developmental centers in just a second. The services are provided under the Lanterman Act entitlement, and they are based on the individual plans for each consumer. In the current year, the adjustments to the current year budget for DDS are minor in nature. For the regional center side, it's a $100,000 adjustment. On the developmental center side, it's a $40 million reduction. That's primarily associated with the bargaining agreements for the employees at the developmental centers. As we look to the budget year, as you mentioned, Mr. Chairman, we're all looking at a $25 billion deficit. And in the Department of Developmental Services, when we did our estimate, we did it like we normally would, and we looked at our population and our growth. Our population was growing by about 3%, and our utilization or services were growing by about 4%, and we would on the natural have grown by about $300 million. With the budget as severe as it is, the department has been asked to identify $750 million in savings throughout our system. So that is system-wide, and as we go further into the items, I'll discuss the recommended changes and reductions. Again, I appreciate how difficult this is for everybody involved. This is going to be a really, really difficult budget and a really difficult process. We have to focus on the developmental centers, which is the first item in the agenda. The developmental centers currently serve 1,958 residents. About 30% of them live in nursing facilities, 69% in intermediate care, and about 1% live in our general acute care hospital, and they come in and out at any given time. I just mentioned the enacted budget and the change of the $40.7 million, which was an item mentioned in the agenda. The budget year assumes a $618 million budget for the developmental centers, which is a total fund reduction of $28 million. It also assumes a population reduction of 196 people. And our staffing at the end of the fiscal year will be about 5,900. And I'll talk more in a minute, but we are also in the process of closing another developmental center, following very closely to all of the efforts of Senator Alquist and your excellent consultant, Diane Van Maren, on Agnew's closure. So we're mirroring a lot of that as we go into the Lanterman closure process, which was just approved with the last budget. I want to emphasize again that as we look at the $750 million, it is system-wide, and we are a couple of things. One is we're already recommending that we seek an additional $10 million in federal funds associated with Porterville Developmental Center. The developmental center has just recently opened a 96-bed unit that we believe meets federal standards, treatment standards, and we believe can be licensed to provide services and approved by, I'm sorry, not just licensed, they're already licensed, but they can be approved by Medicaid to provide services that will give us 50% reimbursement. The budget does show $10 million, and working with your consultant, we believe we can get $13 million. The key for us is that a number of the people that are in our secure treatment area do not meet the Medi-Cal criteria in order for certification, so we have to make sure we have enough residents to do that. In addition, addressing the issues that have been outlined in the budget, we are projecting a population decrease, as I mentioned a minute ago, in the budget year of 196. We do believe that at the end of the budget year, we'll have the current population at the end of this year will be 1,870 residents. As noted in the agenda, the population today is slightly below what we project. We project a population for the whole year. We take an average population, and that's what we budget from, because you can't budget every month. Right now, today, we are about 23 people below where we should be on our average population for this month right now, where we are. We are, however, as I mentioned, closing Lanterman Developmental Center, and the closure started a little later because we needed the approval of the legislature before we began the process, and since that was delayed with the budget, we are a little behind. We anticipated in the current year that we would place 100 residents out of Lanterman, and we are behind right now. We have, how many residents at Lanterman placed? 32 residents of Lanterman that have been placed already. We're about 16 behind where we should have been based on our budgeting. We assumed for Lanterman that 30% would move in the first 6 months and 70% or 70 would move in the last 6 months. So we do need to place an additional 58 residents in the next 4 months. We believe that we're going to have a hard time meeting that, but I want to emphasize the department will be recommending to the committee in the next couple of days reductions in the developmental center budget. We are looking at the budget from top to bottom, and what we're doing is we are looking at, are there things that we can just stop doing that don't directly affect the health care delivery of the residents that live there. So we're looking at resident consolidations. So while the population we think is pretty close because of the slow egress out of Lanterman, we will be recommending reductions that will result in staffing reductions and in additional savings, and we'll have that in the next couple days, probably by Monday, to the committee so that you're aware of that. We are concerned that if we take down the population, it brings, because of our staffing formula, you take out the wrong people, you take out the healthcare delivery people, because we don't think our population at this point is off. But again, we will be recommending taking down staffing, we will be recommending savings, but we'll be recommending different staffing than you would reduce with the population, because the population would reduce healthcare staff, and we're going to recommend non-level of care staff to you. Make sure I addressed your... I think I've gone over the 3 issues that are listed at the first part of the agenda. I can talk more if you would like about any of those 3.
No, I think you've hit them. We appreciate it.
Okay. The next agenda item that you have listed begins in the capital outlay. The first item are automatic sprinkler systems for Fairview, Porterville, and Sonoma.
Terry, could you stop there?
Yes.
We want to go ahead and make the motion on that, on the first item. So for folks who are following on the agenda, and these agendas and the material are available, you could ask the sergeants. They're also available outside if you don't have them. So all of these items are on pages 9 through 14 of the agenda. And on the first one, we appreciate, all of us appreciate your response to the questions and the need, obviously, to get as much information as possible. And I think the urgency that for the developmental centers, this is, I know, yes, and certainly Senator Elquist understands this better than I, but the sensitivity and the difficulty in doing the transition, but that perhaps under that context, and as you said, safety concerns and oversight, that we may have to accelerate this. And the other thing is, and this will be something I bring up to all the departments, a lot of what's I think we're all been dealing with is sort of the, even though we've been through this, we've been successful in many ways to soften the cuts in the last few years, but the emotional and mental identity that this is much more severe now. So I think it's just human nature for all of us. So I think all of us want to be able to see that this is as broad-based and as sensitive as possible. So everyone within your department is sharing the pain, that mid-managers and management, everyone understands, and there's going to be sacrifices. As the governor has said, it's shared sacrifices. And one of the things I've been concerned with all the departments is I'm afraid that we're cutting at the retail level, at the actual delivery of services, rather than up the line, and there's this perception. So I think we have to be very aggressive, and I'll continue to bring this up next week during budget, that I appreciate the applause doing this. That's really, you got, no, I shouldn't have said anything. If you want to applause, the way to applause in public hearings is to go as some of the people are doing like that, so we don't have to interrupt. And I'm not looking for applause. It's just, this is very important, I think, not just for the reality, but the perception. So we appreciate those comments, and we look forward to all of the material you're going to get us before we go to full budget.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I moved kind of quickly there, and the one thing on Lanterman Developmental Center that I did want to share with you, as we looked at the closure of Lanterman Developmental Center, we were going to have close to 300 people this year because of the population reduction. We tried to identify the people we needed for the safe transition, and really looking at what we did at Ag News and identifying one of the we made some mistakes at Ag News. One of the mistakes we made is within the facility, as the population went down, we kept moving them all together. And as we kept consolidating them, we had some health risks, and we actually had problems because the staff weren't aware of the needs of the individual consumers. And so about half of the staff that we're asking to retain there are associated with making sure that we move them as little as possible so we don't have transfer trauma, but at the same time achieve the savings. The other things that are associated there are, we have a lot of activity with the closure, individual plans that all are going to be happening. When we're developing health plans, which was part of Senator Alquist's plan for Ag News, was to make sure we had individual health plans for every consumer, developing those types of things. So we've tried to keep as few resources as we can, but we will be coming back to the committee, as I said, overall in the developmental centers with additional recommended reductions in staff and additional recommended reductions in funding. As part of the 750, and we should have that to your consultant probably by Monday.
Yes, I'm reminded by our consultant that we need it by Monday. And again, I know Senator Alquist knows this area better than I do on every level, but we want to be sensitive and continue to do what she has done in the past, but we also want to do it in the context of the crisis that we are in.
Absolutely.
Okay. Senator Alquist. I
appreciated that you also talked about, you did a fantastic job on Ag News, and I appreciate it. And I also appreciated that you mentioned there were a few things that could have been done differently. That takes courage to say, so that for others, things will be done in that very narrow area better, and we all appreciate that also.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. All right, so on this item, before we go to item number 2, I'm going to make a motion, and this will be just for the record, and then we'll just keep moving through the rest, and I think this is small good news. So the motion would be that I would ask the subcommittee staff to continue to work on the questions, and this goes to what we were just talking about, and we appreciate the commitment. We're all going to have a busy weekend regarding the developmental centers population and staffing, and we will hold this aspect open. And then second, we want to adopt a $13 million general fund savings for the Porterville receipt of federal funds, which is $3 million in general fund savings above the budget. So that's the motion. Is there any dissent? Nope. That the record will show that that's 3-0. And then we'll go on to item number 2, which is capital outlay developmental centers automatic fire sprinklers. This is on page 13 if you're following along.
Yes, Mr. Chairman and members, this is a recommendation for $8.5 million to upgrade fire alarm systems in the developmental centers. The fire sprinklers, I went too fast, went to the second fire. The fire sprinkler system, it's $2 million for fire sprinklers. The federal government has required that all nursing facilities and intermediate care facilities have fire sprinkler systems in place by August 2013, and they have indicated that they're not going to give states any waivers. To the degree that we do not get the fire sprinklers in place, we will be losing $6 million a month in federal reimbursement. So within a couple of months, we are going to pay for the cost of what we have here. We will not be able to not only collect federal funds, but we believe we could be placing our licensing at risk if we do not put the fire sprinklers into place.
Thank you. Any comments, questions? All right, we'll move to the next item. The next item is on capital outlay, the Fairview Developmental Center. All the recommendations is to hold open, so the record will show that we're holding this particular item open. We're going on now to item number 3, which is capital outlay for Fairview Developmental Center, the fire alarm system. This is on page 14.
Yes, Mr. Chairman and members, this is a request to reappropriate money previously appropriated, $8.5 million, for the actual construction of the fire alarm system. The funding was approved in prior years and needed to be encumbered by June 30th of 2010 due to delays associated with general services and getting the plans and drawings put together. We were not able to encumber the money by June 30th. The request now is to reappropriate the funds so that we can complete the construction. At Fairview Developmental Center, which is actually our newest developmental center, they have numerous fire alarm systems, and they're so old and so antiquated, and we can't get parts. In a 3-month period, we had 23 false alarms. And these false alarms are on living units. They're at night when the consumers are sleeping. And people don't know whether to evacuate the living unit or not. They don't know whether there's a real fire. And unfortunately, just last year, we had 2 fires at the facility. And so without these fire alarms, we really believe we're placing the consumers' health and safety at risk. Again, this is a reappropriation of prior year money to allow construction to be completed. It's also been a licensing issue.
Thank you. Any questions? Senator Emerson?
To the department, is there a federal mandate on this issue like the other issue with the sprinklers?
There is a licensing requirement to have available fire alarms that are operational, and during reviews they have raised this every year with us because we cannot adequately respond to a fire alarm now.
All right, thank you. And to the LAO, a question about the inflation, the $1 million and the adjustments and all. Does that seem a bit excessive to you?
We haven't raised any issues with this proposal. As for whether it's excessive, I'd have to go back and consult with our capital outlay expert. I can do that for you.
Oh, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. The recommendation is to hold this item open as well, so we'll have further discussion again at the full budget next week. That will take us to item number 4, the Sonoma Developmental Center, medical gases and oxygen issues. Again, this is on page 14.
Yes, Mr. Chairman and members, this is also a continuation of a previously approved project. It's requesting $2.5 million general fund for the construction phase of putting in piping for oxygen into the walls. It's the only developmental center that does not currently have that. What happens today is staff have to move 500 to 600-pound tanks for some consumers every single day. New tanks have to go into their rooms. We're having problems on a number of fronts. Number one, with some injuries. Secondly, we have to have staff work overtime every day to go get the tanks because they have to leave where the living unit is with the consumers, and it takes 2 to 3 people because these tanks are huge and we carry them on carts. We're spending about $50,000 a year just on the overtime alone. We also have had problems because of the gauges on the tanks. The inadequate oxygen has gone to the consumers that in terms of their needs because of the inability to monitor, and also because of the way the tanks are constructed, there's a huge fire risk because the tops break off, and when they do, they become like projectiles. We've luckily not had one be a projectile yet at this developmental center, but we've had incidences in one case where they fell down the stairs and everybody held their breath hoping that all would be well. So again, we're requesting the continuation of a project that was previously approved to put in for medical gases for the consumers that live there.
Okay. Any questions or comments? Well, I think on all of these items, of course, we struggle with them because of the obvious safety issue at the same time that we're trying to accelerate these high-cost centers, and we're going to hear more and more about that. So on these, we will hold open, but I know you're struggling to find savings here, particularly in the context of everything else that's happening, which will move us out of the developmental centers to issues of discussion for community services. The first item under this area is system-wide cost containment proposals. This is on page 19 through 22 of the agenda. And again, the recommendation from staff is to hold this open.
Yes, Mr. Chairman and members, as I mentioned before, the budget before us for the budget year assumes a very significant reduction in expenditures for DDS across our system. Again, the $750 million is a system-wide number. It is going to have an impact on the regional center side and the service delivery. The budget is, as proposed, a decrease from the current year of $329.5 million, $153.1 million general fund. Again, from the current year. As I mentioned before, our budget would have grown by about $300 million on the natural because of increased growth, increased utilization, and also the expiration of a previous cost containment measure, which is the 4.25% payment reduction, which we'll talk about again a little bit later in the agenda. The first item that is on your agenda for discussion related to savings has to do with the development of purchase of service standards. And as I mentioned, there are a number of different items that the administration has put forward to achieve the $750 million in savings. One of them is a recommendation to develop standards for purchasing services for consumers in the community. I do want to say, before we get into the explicit detail here, as outlined in your agenda, the services have experienced significant reductions in recent years. Many of the rates in our programs have been frozen for many years, and during the last 2 years, we've taken, in addition to the payment reductions I just mentioned, we had a $334 million general fund reduction just recently. And so as we look at this, what we did before working with the committee and with your consultant is we put together work groups, and the legislation that directed us to do that outlined kind of the structure. As we looked at the huge amount this year, the one thing for me as we look at it is, so what do you do with this type of reduction? And every program is facing that. And when you look at it, you know, people say, well, eliminate the entitlement. We don't want to do that. We don't want to eliminate the entitlement. We believe that the entitlement to services is really critical. And to the degree we don't provide the services, the consumers are going to get services somewhere, and probably at a much greater cost and potentially a much lower value. You know, people said create waiting lists. Again, you get back to the same thing. So we put forward, the administration's putting forward as a component of this, the development of purchase of service standards. We are also recommending that, again, we go to the work group process with that we bring people in. Because of the significant size of this, we're actually recommending that we expand that this time. And as opposed to having one work group that might have 1 or 2 representatives of an issue area or 1 or 2 family members, that we actually have 8 separate work groups, and in each work group that we have a third of the people be the advocates, a third of the people be parents or consumers that utilize that service, and a third of the people be providers that provide that service, so that we get in the room the people that are impacted and that we seek input from them. We're also trying to garner input by a survey that we posted on our webpage, and at the beginning of the survey we say, please give us your ideas any way you want. One option is to complete this survey, but if you want to mail us, here's our email address. Please, we'll take input any way to find out ideas to address the issues that are before us. The plan is to take what we received, which is the same thing we did last time. Last time we had hundreds of ideas that we received. We took the entire thing to the work group. Our plan's to do the same. So when we do a work group, let's say on residential, we would take to them all the ideas we received on residential, and we would have that work group review it and advise us. At the end of the day, it's incumbent upon us to put forward the standards, and the proposed trailer bill language here says that it's a responsibility of the department, but we really hope that we get input from the community on the development of that and how we move forward. So we do have trailer bill language that is here that would outline the purchase of services standards, and it would tell the department what the expectation is. We tried, you know, last time around, we try to learn from our mistakes. You know, some would say we don't learn quick enough, but last time around, one of the big things we found was that we weren't clear enough about the role of the individual planning process. So in this language, we've tried to make it clear up front. The expectation would be that the department addresses that. Also, the expectation would be that the department looks at the impact of the prior reductions, because what we found with the 334, we had 25 proposals. In some areas, we achieved the savings. In some areas, we achieved no savings. And and in some areas we achieved more than we had anticipated. And so as we do these purchase of service standards, we feel that it's imperative that we look at the impact of the prior reductions to make certain that it's not disproportionate in terms of how it's impacted. So the purchase of service standard proposal before you would direct the department to do, as I had just said, to seek input from the community, to develop standards that would look in each of the areas, and it would look at the eligibility, duration, frequency, provider qualifications, rates. And one very important thing I want to mention, because we're going to talk about it later, it would also look at parent and consumer responsibilities. And one of the issues recommended by the LAO, which we'll address later in the agenda, is family cost participation and expanding that. We believe that as we look at each area, we should be looking at that issue, because the number of people participating in the program, which we can talk about later, isn't very significant. The number of people getting our services with income above 400% isn't very significant. But it is important, as everybody looks at this, we've got to look at every possible option. The other thing is, one of the things we've all been trying to do is expand the self-directed ability for consumers to self-direct services, and so the language would also direct us to do the same. Once we had developed the standards, our plan is to hold public hearings so that people can comment on the standards, as opposed to holding public hearings up front to give us ideas, have something that people can look at and give us feedback on. Then we would submit the standards to the legislature for approval. We believe that we need legislative approval to do it. We believe that things need to be enacted. Purchase of service standards prior to my time at the department were tried 4 times and I think disapproved. There was also previous years an attempt by the department to do it without legislative approval. It resulted in a court case that the state lost and clarification that the state did not have the authority to determine services. So we would recommend that the proposed purchase of service standards come back before the legislature for consideration at that time.
I appreciate those last comments, because that was going to be my expectation, and I think as we work with you on the trailer bill language, it's much, much too broad right now and too open. With all due respect, it's not my interest to micromanage the department. However, there is a democratic process. The founders thought that the legislative branch should have involvement in terms of how we expend revenue and how we cut them. So, Terry, I very much appreciate your comments, but I do feel the need to, although my comments are more tempered because of yours, that the language, which is on page 19, if anyone looks at it, we know that the administration is working on a timeline, and not to be redundant, and I think all of us, at least speaking for myself, we are going to be taking a certain leap of faith because of that timeline and because of what we've already gone through, but it's insufficient for us just to cede our responsibility. So we'll be looking forward to changes in the trailer bill language that will be more specific as to the legislature's oversight and role as you roll these through. And I know there are some people who feel like sometimes the democratic process is a little messy and maybe we're too responsive to our constituent groups, but we are elected to do that. So I very much appreciate your comments.
Thank you. And if I may, Mr. Chairman, one of the things that I thought was really helpful last time is that every meeting we had, your consultant attended. Every meeting we had, we invited every legislative consultant, and we envision doing the same thing here as well. We don't feel like we have a crystal ball here, and we're more than happy to work with the committee if we need to refine the language or clarify things. So we appreciate the help. It's a daunting task for all of us, and we want to do it right.
Well, and we know, as you said, is if we don't get it right, regardless of the authority we give you, a future legislature or this one will be back, or a court will be telling us to correct it. So the degree we can get that, and the blessing and the curse, as I've developed with some constituent groups, is they're very involved, and this group is obviously involved for many reasons. One of the things, just as we start going through the specific things, I know in the East Bay, working both for the regional center and constituent groups, they have been very good, as I assume this is true across the state, of saying, we get it, We always have gotten it, but we get the severity of this. I think the message has gotten through. The town hall meeting that I referenced in my opening comments in Oakland 2 weeks ago that Assemblymember Skinner attended with me, and all legislative delegation in the East Bay was at. Clearly, we were very engaged with the stakeholders already, and you know that. But when it really comes down to it, I don't see how we make these goals. I mean, in terms of practical implication, and I don't want to say that to make people think that we're not going to work to make these goals, but from the practical earnings part. So I had to say that in the context of having people fully engaged and not in denial about the severity of the problem, but if you will help us, and I'm speaking both to constituent groups and the department, I think we can do this in the most thoughtful way possible in a very short period of time.
Absolutely.
And I have your commitment.
Yes, you do.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you. So this is on the first particular item, which is the first item under community services. Again, it's to hold it open. We'll have further discussion next week. So we'll go to item number 2, a package of trailer bill proposals on regional centers. These are on page 20 through to 25 of the agenda.
Mr. Chairman and members, as you just said, this is a daunting task for all of us, and as we look at where we're headed, I think that there were a number of issues that have come up over the last couple of years we need to address as part of the process. The trailer bill language before you, and I'll go, as requested, go over each of them. Each piece of trailer bill language does contribute to the $750 million in savings, and so we will be providing further detail in the next couple of days to the committee on the savings that's associated with each of the items. But we tried to address, and Senator Emerson and I have had an opportunity to meet to talk about some of this, we tried to address a number of concerns that were out there because there have been issues that have come up regarding the regional center system that have raised pretty significant concerns over the last year. In addition, there was an audit that came out by the Bureau of State Audits. There have been hearings by the Government Efficiency Committee, by the Human Services Committees. And so in looking at this, we tried to look system-wide at, are there areas where we know that we need to address these issues, and are there areas where savings associated with them can contribute to the $750 million? So I appreciate that the volume of trailer bill is just huge. It was huge for us in putting it together, and recognize that it's a lot to consider. I will go through, as requested, each of the items, if that's acceptable. The first, do you mind the order that I go through them?
Just as long as we, in particular, and everybody can follow it. Let's just be really clear about where we are, which item, what page it's on.
I don't know if they're in order in my binder. I apologize. I can,
if you can make it through security, you can do this, Terry.
Which order? Just tell me the order is. Admin is the first one in the agenda. Okay, so let me just keep track so I do them all.
If it's at all possible, if we can go according to the agenda. I'm going to
try to go in order with the agenda. Mark's going to keep me on track and keep track of them, so I'll flip around here. The first item in the agenda has to do with administrative cost cap, and the language recommends that for the regional centers and for providers where the regional center negotiates rates, that there be a 15% cap on administrative expenses. As we all look at this, the most important thing we can do is keep the money in the service part of the system. And so this is looking at that. There have been incidences that came up in the BSA audit. There were also instances that we've read about in the newspaper where the administrative side seemed very, very high, with executive directors making over $500,000 in some cases, as Senator Emerson and I have discussed. So the recommendation here again is that for regional center in their operations, that only 15% be spent on non-direct service costs, and for providers whose rates are negotiated with the regional center. And I emphasize that most of our providers are actually, like almost all of our residential, not all, but almost all of our residential, most of our respite, those providers have set rates, and those rates were set in statute or through the department looking at all of the costs, and those rates have been frozen for many years. We're not recommending that change. That's already been taken taken into consideration when those rates are set. We're talking about when a regional center negotiates with a provider under a negotiated rate process to set a specific rate for that provider. They cannot agree to more than 15% for admin costs.
Any comments or questions? This is on page, if we can, as we go through this too, if we could take the time to make sure we identify where we are on the agenda. So this is on page 23. It's section A under 2. Any questions or comments, Senator Emerson? I know you've been very involved in your region in this. Okay, good.
So the second item I understand in the agenda is third-party liability. And in this
Page
area...
24?
Yes, Mark's keeping track of those pages.
I just want to make sure everybody else, in particular, we are on the same page.
So,
literally. So take a deep breath and we'll just walk through this. We're good.
in the area of third-party liability, the statute for developmental services has always assumed that we are the payer of last resort. That means that if there's a responsibility of another entity, whether it be a generic resource like Medi-Cal or it be an insurance company or some other entity, we have always been the payer of last resort. In our system, oftentimes what's happened is the individual comes in and needs the service. The service needs are very significant. The regional center enters into an agreement. Sometimes the family is unable or the consumer unable. If they have private insurance, they're unable to secure approval from the insurance company for things such as durable medical equipment, prescription drugs, speech pathology, things that you and I have in all of our health insurance plans. So the system has always been within the department that we would notify the insurance companies that we think that there was something that they should be covering. We send out about 1,000 notices a year to the insurance companies. Different companies, we'd say, here's a list of things. We typically get back very little response. Last year we collected 0, and the year before $813. So needless to say, it's not a very efficient system we have currently, and one of the things within DDS we're looking at is how do we realign our resources and staff and working with the regional centers so that we can do a better job. Medi-Cal does a really good job in comparison to us, clearly. In this language basically mirrors Medi-Cal. The one thing I want to be clear about two things. Number one is we are not asking to expand what insurance covers. That is not the request here. We are not recommending that, and we'll work with the health plans because I think some of the words we use, our social work words, are concerning to them. Our goal is not to expand what they cover. That's not what's here. The second thing I want to be clear about, we are not trying to change the entitlement in any way, shape, or form. So this is not to suggest to the consumer, like in Medi-Cal, if you have like an estate or whatever you collect against that, the consumer still would be getting the services. We're not changing that. The only thing that is in here is if, for example, I'm a consumer and I get in a car wreck, and as a result of the car wreck, let's say the car company had something wrong, and as a result of that wreck, the car company agrees to pay for my wheelchair for the rest of my life. Well, then the state shouldn't be paying for the wheelchair if the car company has paid for that. So that's what this does. It basically just says the state is going to have the ability to collect. Right now, today, if Consumer Mark has insurance, the state of California and the regional centers don't have any way to collect against the insurance company. Consumer Mark can try to get them to pay. All we can do is ask. If they say no, we have no legal right. This gives us the same legal right that Medi-Cal has.
Thank you. Any questions? All right. That'll take us to item number C, I believe, on 24.
The next item, as I understand it, is trailer bill language having to do with audits. The trailer bill language related to audits has two components. The first relating to the regional centers. By law, the regional centers every year have to get an independent audit, and they have to provide that independent audit to DDS every year. In addition, DDS is required to audit them every other year. So every year we get to see the reports. Every other year we audit them, and if we see something in the intervening year, then we can intercede. An issue came up at the Joint Human Services Committee hearing that happened in the fall. One of the issues that came up by former Chairman Delatorre was concern about the audits for the regional centers being performed every year by the same auditing firm. And he had recommended that we change that. The first recommendation is that they wouldn't be able to use the same firm more than 5 times during a 10-year period. The second provision in here is right now today for providers, the only providers that are required to get an audit or an independent review done of their records or work activity programs. The other providers are not required under the law to submit such a thing. We are recommending, based on a number of concerns that came up in the BSA audit, concerns that came up in our own audits, that larger entities be required to either provide an independent review if they receive between $250,000 and $500,000 from any regional center, and if they get more than $500,000 in any given year, they would have to give us an independent audit. That audit could be one that they have done of their entire organization. We request that those audits then come to the regional centers and that the regional centers notify us if the audits are qualified, which, as I understand it, means there's a problem. My expert audit here. So then we would be notified in advance if there were problems with a provider. We have had providers where when we've gone in, their records don't substantiate their billing. We've had providers where it appears that the records aren't even related to the services they were contracted to provide. This would identify those things. We have very limited auditing staff at the department. The regional centers do as well. We would continue doing the audits, but these independent reviews would allow us to target problem areas.
Okay. Senator Elquist has a question, then Senator Emerson.
Thank you. As a former financial analyst at Stanford University, I have a real interest in this area. And it seems like it's one area where it really needs to be done a certain way. And so just a couple questions. When we say that, well, I'm interested and concerned about the providers who make $250,000 or more dollars and what they're subjected to, what they really have to do, and what we as a state do to provide the oversight for that. Mm-hmm. So are you comfortable? Maybe I should direct this to, could you just tell us a little more about it? I just think this is an area where there could be financial problems.
Sure. Mark Hutchinson, Chief Deputy Director of the Department. For vendors that are over $250,000 to $500,000, the trailer bill would set a standard where the entity would need to get a review, independent review, or an independent audit, either one. And
what is the difference, please? I might stop you along the way. I'm 66 and getting older, so I have to...
I have to reach back into my from when I was an auditor, but the independent audit has a higher standard in terms of what the CPA or independent entity is certifying to regarding the statements, the financial statements. So they've done significant amount of testing, looking at internal control systems, and all of that is before they give their opinion on those statements.
So that's the independent auditor.
That's an audit.
And to require that, to have that trigger, it would have to be
$500,000
$500,000 or more. And
right.
Why don't we do that for $251,000?
The standard that we looked at for 250 to 250 to 500 was that you could do a review. A review is still a review of the financial records, control systems, but it doesn't take the same amount of testing or work by the independent auditor, therefore less costly to the entity. Okay. So we did it primarily for the reason of not putting a significant financial burden on those entities between 250 and 500, but still having a review that would identify problems that the regional center could review and determine if there are issues.
I would just ask that you take a real look at that, because I'm sure, and I appreciate we're trying to save dollars because we have this huge deficit that the state's never seen before. Mm-hmm. But I also believe there may be certain parameters that need to be respected. And, if you have problems with a provider who's dealing with $250,000 and you have 10 providers who are in that range, that's a bigger problem than one provider who's at the $500,000. So it's going to be equally important, I believe equally important, that it be very objective and provide great oversight. So if you could take a look at that for us, please.
Absolutely.
And any other solutions, we would appreciate that.
Sure.
Thank you.
Senator Emerson, did you?
I would like to ask how many different agencies are auditing these programs? Do you have? Could you run through that briefly for me?
Senator Emerson, I will try. Auditing specifically, auditing, not licensing and monitoring, which are two different things. Licensing is looking at...
Let's talk about audits.
Okay, so talking about audits, the auditing of the programs will vary a little bit by the type of programs, but generally speaking, the audits of the programs today that are required are just audits that are done by either the regional center or the state. And the regional center audits mostly the smaller ones, and they have very limited auditing staff. They do a lot of paper review, and the state audits the larger ones. And again, we don't have very many staff. I think we have 16 or something that do vendor audits, and there's 64,000 vendors. To give you a sense, however, of the vendors, 12,000 of them are larger than 500,000. 1,200, I'm sorry. Boy, big change. 1,200 are larger than 500,000, and 800 additional are between 250 and 500,000. Most of our vendors are very small. A lot of them are family or consumer vendors that are providing respite services or voucher transportation. So we have probably 40,000 vendors that are regular business vendors. And again, we've got 16 auditors. The regional centers each have 1 or 2 people. But other than that, unless there's a requirement, you have a lot of organizations that do these things that have auditors independent that are looking at their books. But a lot of the vendors, that's not the case. I don't think the Bureau of State Audits has the ability to go in, which is what they just did recently, but it's not a requirement. It's only upon JLAC approving an audit for review.
The question I'm interested in is when we look at all the different audits, are we looking at the same things and not duplicating effort? Because I hope we clear that up when we look at the trailer bill language, if there's any conflict on that issue.
Absolutely, Senator. The one thing that we're trying to do is, with the limited resources that we have in the regional centers, is focus our auditing activities on those where we believe there are risks. And by doing these independent audits, we will be able to triage our system. Again, with 16 people and 40,000 vendors, not many, the percentage of the ability to do audits is pretty low. So as we look at this, we're trying to use the independent audits that will come into us as ability, both at the regional center level and at the state level, to triage, so that when we identify, the auditor identifies that there's a qualification, they call it a qualified audit, that then our resources can be focused in those areas. Right now, we try to do that based on stuff we get. We also do billing reviews and tracking in our computer system, but this will help us focus our efforts better on those where there's greater risk. To the degree someone has an independent audit, well, I'll use the regional centers. Right now, the regional centers have to have an independent audit every year, and then we go in every other year, and our stuff goes deeper than what the independent audit does. The independent audit is looking at their books. Our stuff looks at, are they complying with regulations? Are they delivering services consistent with their policies? Have they posted their policies correctly? Are they having open meetings? We're looking at things that an auditor isn't going to look at, but what that independent audit does is it identifies for us fiscal problems.
So then there are 2 audits that are done basically through the regional centers, no other audits? And
the regional centers each year have to have an audit, and then the department by law every other year has to audit them. Of the providers, the regional centers and the state have a responsibility to do audits, but it's not of every provider, and it's just done. We try to do it based on risk, but also some random.
Excellent. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was corrected. There's only 9 auditors in our vendor audit unit. So.
That's good. You're flattening the organization. This is important, I think, throughout all of the things in this budget subcommittee, and I would venture a guess, having been chair of budget sub 4 last year, the level of oversight is appropriate given the circumstances. So we know the fiscal oversight world has changed, whether it's the private sector and Wall Street or us. So it would be interesting. I know we've got a million things to do, but one thing that I'd like to look into further, just for my own personal understanding, is that we had this discussion on, we've had it on food stamps, we've had it on IHSS workers, is what's the appropriate prudent fiscal and management responsibility, both for financial audits and management audits, how much we're doing. And in just my aged observation about human nature, sometimes when the economy gets tough, there's more of an inclination for people to fudge things. So right when we have less capacity to provide oversight, and in this field as in so many, it's unconscionable that people would do it, but we have to be aware of the fact that some people will. So it would be interesting to see. I have a request into the LAO just broadly to see what the proper ratios is between management and administration and rank and file, not just in this department but across the board. And I've asked the same question for the National Conference of State Legislators. So similarly, trying to find that right sweet spot where the sort of industry standard is in this field and others, the proper amount of oversight. And that also goes outside of audits for licensing and certification. So I've heard a lot, for instance, in adult day healthcare, that we've got a lot of redundancies in terms of people going in and licensing and oversight. So we may not be able to afford the redundancy, or they may be inefficient. I'm not saying that in this particular field, but to the degree that we can look at that would be appreciated.
Senator DeSania, that, if I may, the issue that you just mentioned actually came up, and so did some of the other items on here when we did the work groups on the $334 million. And licensing, the department doesn't do any licensing. We have very, very, very limited certification for just one limited type of program. Licensing is done by social services and health services, but I think that you'll hear from the provider community and from many that are involved, you know, if there's a way to do that. I think that in our area, one of the bigger concerns, too, though, as we look at all the things that have been happening recently, is we've got to make sure we've got the oversight in there. We've had some really, really horrific situations recently, as we've read about in the LA Times. And so I think licensing is a critical area, but if there are ways that we could economize, one of the things that we put in the trailer bill language a little bit later that on the list here would require health and social services to make sure that they're always alerting us of any concerns, because that's been one of the issues, so that we can make certain that we get out there when there's a problem.
Senator Emerson has something.
You mentioned on the licensing side, so the Department of Health Services does some investigation. Are they doing an audit within the regional center? They're not.
No.
Thank you.
No.
Okay, we're moving on to issue D. Again, on page 24, this is a regional center conflicts of interest.
Mr. Chairman and members, this trailer bill language again relates to issues that came up in the Bureau of State Audits audit report. It also relates to recent audits that we have had, and a number of issues that all of us have discussed, and Senator Emerson and I have discussed at some length. This trailer bill language would make very strong the requirements of the board of directors and members of every board of the regional centers and any staff person at a regional center that has the ability to commit their resources up to and including the executive director. Basically, this mirrors to a large degree what we do at the state level, where each of us, you and I, have to complete a conflict of interest every year. This would require that be in place for the individuals I just mentioned, and the executive director and the board's conflict of interest would have to come to the department for our review. We do believe that there are cost savings associated here. The BSA audit identified several instances where somebody who worked at the regional center was involved inappropriately in making decisions regarding the rates and contracting with certain providers, and so we do recommend moving forward with this trailer bill language.
Okay. That will take us to item E, again on page 24. This is the Regional Center Accountability and Transparency issue.
Mr. Chairman and members, the accountability and transparency section actually has a number of components, and I know we're getting short on time, so let me be quick. It deals with access to public information, which has been a major focus of recent hearings and the BSA audit. It also has a significant fiscal impact. One of the requirements of the federal government is for any Medi-Cal provider that the states identify whether or not the provider has had previous fraud problems or problems with misuse of federal money. They become ineligible to provide Medi-Cal services. Since our providers are not actual Medi-Cal enrolled providers, that review has not been done. A recent audit that was done by the federal government identified this as an issue. For our waiver, we get over $1 billion a year. It's going to be a requirement for us to make certain that any provider that's been disqualified at the federal level does not continue to be funded through the regional center side. In addition, as I mentioned before, one of the things this does is require health services and social services to let us know if they've gone out as part of licensing and they've identified a problem like health, and I'm sure you hear about it in the hearings, have a number of providers that they've suspended because they have concerns about the use and oversight of the money. This would require them to notify us so we can also suspend and not be providing state resources. So there are a number of other components here, but those are the large components as it relates to fiscal oversight and accountability.
Okay, Senator Alquist.
Thank you. Thank you. I was curious. Where it says requires the board to adopt written policy that requires contracts of $350,000 or more to be discussed and approved by the board, why that number isn't lower?
Senator, we actually can lower the number. Some of the large regional centers have so much volume. We wanted to make certain that it was at a level that indeed could work and they didn't stop the delivery of service, but we're happy to change that number if the Senate would recommend.
I know I'm just speaking for myself right now, as I usually do here, but I would think at least 250,000 okay. is these numbers just start adding up.
Yes.
And when someone knows there's going to be some real oversight or approval by the board, I think the numbers might be a little lower and tighter.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. And this does address, Senator Emerson, one of the issues that came up with the regional center we discussed.
Thank you.
And speaking for myself on the language on the posting on the internet, the website, I think that's great, but there should be, I would think, some direction as to the timeliness of that. I know people sometimes get confused in posting, and it's always best to have at least language that are within a reasonable time, not to exceed 56 hours, something like that, whatever's reasonable. That's the last item, as I see it, under this question, if I'm correct, which would take us to area number 3, new federal funds through DDS, the state plan amendments, and this is on page 26.
Yes, Mr. Chairman and members, if it's okay, I can talk about the 2 federal items that are on the 2 pages together so that we can move along to your public testimony.
Page 326 and then go to 427, page 27. Great.
The department, as part of the $750 million, is recommending that DDS pursue additional federal funds. We've been very successful in the last few years in getting approval for the federal funds that we have requested. One of the requests that went in as part of the $334 million was that California would apply for it was a new state plan amendment that the federal government allowed. It was referred to as the 1915I. We were the first state to ask for this for developmental services. What this allows for is the state to collect federal reimbursement for Medi-Cal recipients who are getting community services, but they do not have the highest need of an institution. Right now, today, our waiver only allows us to collect the funding if the person, if not for our services, would need to be institutionalized. So this does allow for us to collect on an additional $40,000. The item before you today just expands additional $60 million that we believe we can collect as a result of federal health care reform. We're able to add more services. The second item is also a program that supports the community that the federal government has put into place that gives money to the states. It gives you enhanced federal matching rates for people moving out of institutions into the community. And it says that for the consumer, you can get 75% instead of 50 during the first year, and you can get 100% of the associated staff. In the case of Money Follows the Person, we had recommended in the budget that we would be able to achieve $5 million, and in the working through this the last few days, going through everything, we believe we can achieve an additional $5 million in this area.
Congratulations. Okay, any questions or comments on those two items? Then, again, we're going to hold these open. We'll go to item number 5, which is the continuation of the 4.25% reduction to operations and purchase of services. This is on page 28.
Mr. Chairman and members, as I mentioned before, a couple of different things. Number one, for a number of years, our provider community has largely been under rate freezes. As a part of the as a part of the budget reductions from 8-9 and 9-10, there were additional reductions to their rates. So there was a payment reduction of initially 3%, and then last year it became, the current year it's 4.25%. The budget before you today, as part of the $750 million savings target, does recommend continuation for one more year, the 4.25% payment reduction, which would achieve $91 million general fund savings. The committee analysis asked if we know what the impacts have been. What we do know is that during this time, we've been monitoring. We do still have new providers coming in. We had 115 providers in 9-10, and by the end of October, we already had 65 in the current year, so we're ahead in terms of new providers that are being enrolled, so it's not keeping providers out of our system. We also look at, are these having an effect of people ending up going out of home and into institutions? We've looked at both children and adults, and in both cases, the percent of children and adults living at home has gone up in the last year, not down. In terms of, so we do believe that it's having a significant impact on providers. I don't want to suggest otherwise, but we have not yet seen it adversely impact the number of providers in our system. The number of providers has increased, and the service, we're not seeing it have an impact on people being forced to move out of home because they can't get the services.
Any questions? Senator Emerson?
Not so much a question. From my standpoint, I would much rather see reductions in administrative services and put as much into services to to our vendors as possible. And I think you're showing some real leadership in this area, and anything we can do to help out on that, I'm certainly there with you on that. But I'd rather see a much tighter view of the administrative costs of the programs.
Ditto. That will take us to item number 6, budget bill language for prevention programs. This is on page 29.
Yes, Mr. Chairman and members, as part of the $334 million effort, one of the things that did occur was that we have an early start program that serves babies 0 to 3 years of age. As part of the effort that we put forward with the $334 million, there was a reduction in eligibility of babies. We had previously been serving babies that had not yet been diagnosed with a developmental disability, nor did they have significant delays. The program's extremely effective at reducing the need for continued life services for many of the babies that come in, but as a result of the reductions, we did focus on the children that had delays. But at the time during these discussions, we did create a separate program. It was called a prevention program. It was a grant program that would basically make certain that those babies that weren't going to be getting full scope early start services would be able to get casework and coordination services and family resource center services. So So the prevention program is money that goes to the regional center to serve babies who are no longer eligible in the Early Start program, but to make sure they still get case coordination, and if they need additional Early Start services, they can then be moved into the Early Start program. The way the money is budgeted right now, it's in a separate line item. This language asks that we be allowed to take money out of prevention and put it into the direct services in the purchase of services area. When we set the prevention program up, we thought we would have more babies in that program than we do, so we've not put all the money out because the babies weren't there. We've kept half of the money in the current year and just transferred it to purchase of services, not operations, to purchase of services, where the babies have likely stayed in the Early Start program. They were found eligible there instead, and as opposed to putting it out for the regional centers for the prevention program. So this language would just allow us to take it from the prevention program where it's not needed and move it into the services where clearly with the $750 million target it is needed.
Any questions or comments? Thank you. Finance?
Conway, Department of Finance. I'd just like to comment that we're in support of this budget bill language.
Thank you. And the recommendation is to hold it open. So I know some of us have some concerns, but we will hold that open as well, which will take us to our last item before public comment. Thank you, Terry. This item, Legislative Analyst Office options, and before Mr. Martin begins, if we were on a ship, we would be listing this way because everybody is so well trained. You've all got in line in the queue. I just want to, as you prepare to make your comments, we're going to go and listen to Mr. Martin's proposal. There is a handout that he is going to go through, and we'll have any questions and comments, but then we'll go to public comment. Again, this is just meant to facilitate the success of this meeting and everybody being heard, so I apologize if it seems redundant. But we would like you to queue up. For anybody who may be listening, I know there are people in the hallway as we go through this. This video is also available both on the 6th floor and the Capitol. If after you get done you want to make room for others, that would be helpful. It's also on the television in the cafeteria in the basement. I say that just so we can make room for people who are waiting to come in, if that's at all possible. If you could keep your comments to under 3 minutes, we can see we've already got quite a few, so that we can get everybody in, or that I don't have to change my direction to have it be a minute. We would like to do that, so if you could really work on being as concise as possible. If you prefer not to speak in public, if you'd like to fill out one of these green cards, they're available through the sergeants over here. They'll be put in the record. We will read all of them. And then if you have written testimony, if you could not read it, if you could summarize it, and if you could submit it to us again for the record. We have a very large package of written material, and it won't be ignored, and it will be in the record. So with that, we'll go to Mr. Martin, and then when Mr. Martin is done, I'm going to ask him to come around here, and then we'll go to the podium, and then have people come up and take seats all around here. You can stay, probably would be good in case there are any questions. So you'll just come in this direction. We'll just go one after the other. Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sean Martin, Legislative Analyst Office. We have two options for the legislature to achieve savings in the Regional Center program. The first is the expansion of the Family Cost Participation Program. The Family Cost Participation Program requires that certain families with incomes over 400% of the federal poverty level, which is about $88,000 a year for a family of four, take a share of the cost of providing respite daycare and camping services. These families are assessed a share of the cost, called the cost participation level, based on a family's size and income using a sliding scale that currently varies from 10% to 100% based on the cost of the services provided. The maximum amount of the cost participation is capped and cannot exceed $7,900 annually, slightly less than another program, the Parental Fee Program, which charges fees for people who are in residential care. The cost avoidance generated by this program is almost $4 million a year based on estimates from 2009. And based on our analysis, we estimate that the expansion of the family cost participation to all regional center services, excluding RC operations and 24-hour care, when fully implemented after about 3 years, could result in savings of about $10 million per year. So that's our first option. We also note that our savings estimate could vary by a few million dollars depending on a variety of factors. We had to make a number of assumptions in coming up with our estimate. Our second option for the legislature to consider is means testing the regional center program. We note that for most health and social services programs, applicants must demonstrate that they do not have the means to pay for services themselves, or they have limited means, before the state will determine them eligible and provide assistance. We are estimating that $57 million a year in general fund savings could be achieved if means testing were implemented, and our savings estimate is based on a number of assumptions that I'm going to quickly go through right now. First, that means testing would be implemented at 400% of the federal poverty level, that consumers 18 years of age and older would be excluded, that about 9,700 consumers could be affected, that the average cost per person for these 9,700 consumers is about $6,300 per year. We assume that means testing would replace the Family Cost Participation Program. We also assume in our example that implementation of means testing would not cause any additional regional center administrative costs.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Terry, do you want to respond to the means testing just briefly?
Yes, Mr. Chairman and members, as I understand the proposal, basically the means testing would eliminate the entitlement to services for people who had income above 400% of poverty. We do have currently a family cost participation program, as Mr. Martin has mentioned, and we have very few people that have higher means. That program does only currently apply to 3 services, but of the people who are not on Medi-Cal, in the last year we assessed about 16,000 people, of which 2,600 of them had income above 1,000% of poverty, or they did not report. And 1,000% of poverty for a family of 2 is 145,000. For a family of 3, it's 183,000. And for us, we're very concerned with the proposal to eliminate the entitlement for individuals. We think that you're going to spend more than that right away, because individuals are going to move out of home. They're going to be in out-of-home placement. They're not going to get the intervention services that are preventing them from needing much more costly services as they age through our system. We serve people from birth to death, and to the degree that you don't provide the services early, they cost more later on to provide those services. So for all of the people that we looked at during the last year that were in just those in family cost participation, those are the only ones that we have income. Even if you took all of their services, for all of the people 400% and above, it'd be $38 million. That's what we spent.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, we will go to public comment. Just so you know, if the 2 sergeants could just raise their hands, just so everyone knows, these, when you come forward, they'll be directing traffic to facilitate this. So once again, I'll ask Mr. Martin to move just around here, and Terry, if you can stay nearby. Okay. All right. Welcome. And again, we appreciate all your comments. And if you could come forward, and as you come forward, so you can anticipate where you are in the queue. We're actually going to start with whoever ends up at the podium, and then we'll go this way, and then come back. Yeah. And please, as soon as you get here, if you could go ahead and start. We are scheduled to, we're actually 6 minutes ahead of schedule right now. We're scheduled to go till 1 o'clock. So to facilitate everybody having their voice heard, we appreciate it, again, if you are articulate and concise. Go ahead.
Good morning, Senator. I speak to you today as my first time in years on the other side of the hearing table. As former staffer to the recently termed out Senator Denise Moreno-Duchesne, it was my job to keep the budget chair appraised on all levels of how cuts to this area of the budget, DDS funding, would affect families on the ground level. I'm the mother of 2 teenagers served by this system. and a 10-month-old infant who no longer gets high-risk services because they don't exist. As a longtime advocate in the local and state autism community, I am an attorney as well. Time and again, I have seen and intimately understand the difficult budget balance required to maintain the state's constitutional requirements. But what you need to hear is this. Stop making a shell of a system set up to provide equal rights to the quality of living for individuals who, through no choice of their own, have disabilities which limit their ability to access their community with support. I am also a former employee of the regional center system, and I can tell you, you are crumbling the very services and supports left for the social workers to manage. Stop cutting the funds that are meant to serve the regional center was intended for, to be included, to live in their natural communities, the consumers. POS and ops budgets are not created equal. What cases there are to manage if there are no supports to give? When POS dollars can no longer sustain the agencies and salaries or programs that staff on the ground because we keep cutting those dollars to minuscule amounts. This isn't perception, this is reality. And if you want to put a 15% cap on something, you also need to look at the department and the regional centers. And as self-directed services was mentioned, that was part of the 2009 trailer bill language, and DDS has still done nothing to implement that portion to date. And I want to make note that the true ramifications of the LAO's proposal, making consumers' eligibility entitlement income-based, is not only unjust to the working families whose taxes should also go to their own children's needs, but also eliminates the support to the hundreds and thousands of children, yes, the children, who because of their parents' income will be unable to receive or afford services, causing many to immediately be placed in high-level group homes or leaving the state with a tsunami of adults who will require billions in higher-level care in necessarily expensive group homes because those group homes barely have the funds to survive as it is, for children who require 24-hour care, for example, and be abandoned to the state for all their needs. Because as adults, all consumers will be eligible financially and need regional center services. And the providers and families have not had their true voice heard. So please listen to us today.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Please, folks, I'm not a control freak, believe it or not, but we want to be sensitive to everybody and give them the opportunity to have their voices heard. So applause. You're all well trained. We can see you as well as hear you. Yes, ma'am. And I'll try to be quiet from here on.
Oh. Thank you. I am here to speak for the children, teenagers, and families and service providers that are nonprofits that are providing services for individuals with developmental disabilities. Autism, in particular, is growing of epidemic proportions, and we are the ones that are continually getting our services cut. All the supports that our kids need to be successful and members of their communities and one day be taxpayers are being cut. We can't keep cutting from the exact same pot. We all realize that the budget is tight and that these come from other places, but this isn't the right place to continue to make cuts. If we provide the supports now for our kids, the living arrangements that they'll be able to have as adults will be much more cost effective if we provide supports now. The difference is about $3,000 a month for a level 3 group home as opposed to a 4I. To provide services for these kids, that's the sort of savings we're looking at over their lifetime. A developmental center, if they end up there because they haven't been supported and their parents' families fall apart, it's about $325,000 annually. The cost of this is astronomical. We need to stop this now and help provide supports for our individuals with disabilities.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning, Senator. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here today to talk to you about the high costs of failing to invest in our children and adults with developmental disabilities, and I offer you my unique perspective as someone who's been in the field since the 70s, someone who's worked for one of the 21 regional centers, someone who's currently a service provider, someone who has a family member with a significant disability, and lastly, as an advocate among the many other advocates here today before you who bring you this message: no more cuts at the ground level. Ladies and gentlemen, pay now, invest today, and our individuals will be better prepared to experience a higher quality of life as tomorrow's students, employees, taxpayers, and yes, voting citizens. Pay later and watch these individuals become less able, less productive, more dependent on costly services and supports, tied to the shackles of poverty, and lastly, more despondent because we failed to invest in them. May I offer you a few examples of services that currently save the state money? Community living saves the state money. For example, $60,000 per year per child versus $300,000 to $400,000 per year per individual in a state developmental center. Respite services saves the state money by keeping families together and living in their communities versus resorting to placement in a state developmental center. Early Start saves the state money. Current research proves that early intervention decreases and or even eliminates the need for ongoing regional center services. Please trust us when we tell you that investing in human capital, continuing the services and supports of our individuals' needs, and we guarantee you a high rate of return. Please join us in remembering the preamble to the U.S. Constitution, which says that government has the responsibility to establish justice and to promote the common welfare. Trust us when we tell you that further cuts to a community which has already fought hard for justice does nothing to promote the common welfare or the common good. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Shirley Dove, and I'm going to read this because even though I've done this many times, I still get nervous. I am here representing the ARC of California as a member of the board and also as a parent. I've been doing this. My daughter is 56 years old, so it's been a couple of years. She now is a homeowner with support service and an entrepreneur starting her own business. That's because she's had the supports to be able to do that. I'm one of those parents you heard about that struggled during the early years prior to the Lanterman Act. It was a grassroots movement. Our family made many, many sacrifices, and we were and are very clear of our responsibility as a family, telling us as family members that we need to put into law that parents are responsible for their children is an insult and is unbelievable gall that government would think that they can dictate a mother's love and that we are somehow responsible for the state's fiscal crisis, even more unbelievable. Our primary message to you is that the massive cut of $750 million is way beyond what our beloved Lanterman Act can endure. It is more than the 246,000 children and adults with intellectual disabilities, cerebral palsy, and other developmental disabilities can endure, and all of our families. The governor's proposal that does not tell you really how they will make the cuts means that they are asking you to approve a result by any means that come up with that ahead of time. There is no way you could even know the implications of these actions. To say the government will achieve most of this through an extensive rewrite of the Lanterman Act through statewide cuts to individuals called standards is one of the scariest thoughts I've had since it was brought to you annually a few years ago. Luckily, you rejected that idea every time. Please keep the commitment and the legacy of Ronald Reagan and Frank Lanterman intact. Make this approach to budget resolutions more fair, and do everything you can to assure the state's resources make it to the very people that it was intended for. The proudest day for this state was when the Lanterman Act was signed. The saddest day will be if it goes away. We are the only state in the United States that takes care of those who need that. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning, honorable members. This is tough. Some of us, actually, I love her because she's actually older than me. My son, we didn't sign up for this, and I want to appreciate all your comments and your questioning, and I hope to God you keep lots of this stuff open. My name is Connie Lapin. I'm the proud mother of a man who has severe autism who will be 43 next month. So I know about the time when there wasn't a Lanterman Act. I know about the warehousing. I know about the forced medication. So the unknown isn't unknown to me. It's known, and it is scary. I think it's awesome being in this very building. Lots of things have happened in this very building. In fact, I see I remember when conservative Governor Reagan and liberal John Burton signed the first bill in the country, in this building, signed a bill to educate autistic children before there was even idea. In this very building, we know that Frank Lanterman, with bipartisan support, signed the Lanterman Act. I mean, we have a Lanterman Act that gives everybody a right under the Developmental Disability Act to live and even work in the community and be productive. What I'm going to say, and it's hard, I mean, we all want to say so much, and I know you realize how hard it is for everybody coming here. Their cuts are too deep. We can't get our head around what they would mean, and we have no real information. People are trying to get information. So we feel that health and safety, you've heard this a lot, I know, is going to be jeopardized, and seriously jeopardized, so that maybe laws will be violated, the laws that were passed in this very building. And we know about lawsuits, and we don't want to spend, and this isn't like a threat, it's just like the reality. When you violate laws, there's going to be action, and we saw that last year with IHSS cuts. Many states are going through this, and they're ending up with a lot of legal action. In fact, yesterday I heard that Governor Brown said he's changing what the trailer bill language said about selling state buildings because there would be 10% interest charge. So that's what we call unintended consequences, and we're here to tell you about all the unintended consequences that will actually cost more. Somebody mentioned a preamble. You know, there's a preamble to the Constitution. I wish I were a lawyer and I wish I were a legislator, but I'm not. I want to have our own preamble, so there are health and safety issues that we always acknowledge, and that you don't need to be a lawyer to get it, and that the IPP, that's our contract with the state of California, remains intact, and we do not believe in purchase of service standards. Standards is a euphemism for cuts. And I know you're trying to figure this out, but that's what we hear. I came up at 3 o'clock in the morning with this acronym that I love. You know, everybody's trying to shrink their budgets and be skinny. I think we should be fat. F is flexible, A is accountable, and T is transparent. And that's how I want to look at everything. But besides, now that I have the mic, not only flexible, I want to be fair.
But if you could wrap up, I
will.
Appreciate it.
It's happening too fast. So in this very building that we all feel is given us our rights, we don't want to dismantle the Lanterman Act and our hope and dreams, and that we will just end up regulating human suffering with these cuts and standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Connie. Handheld is back here. So we're going to go back to the handheld, and then we'll go back over here.
Well, thank you, first of all, for allowing us to come into your workplace and address you. We appreciate that, and we can also appreciate the difficulty of your job. I am a parent of a 4-year-old son who has severe autism, and we have initiated something that's just been really incredible that I wanted to share with you, because I come to you with a success story. He was diagnosed 1.5 years ago with autism. He was able to acquire services from a regional center just prior to being 3 years old. He went through those services for about 3 or 4 months, became 3 years old, and some of the responsibility shifted to the school system as well. In 1.5 years period of time, he's gone from having zero functionability and receptive and expressive skills of between 0 and 10 months to almost catching up current with where his standards are. And I see a program in place in the Modesto area where I live and reside that is working. And so I think sometimes we beat a dead horse into the ground and we work with programs that aren't helping the people. But I see that there is effective change. The school that he attends has 175 children from the greater Modesto area with autism, and I see them come in with zero expressive language, and within a year's period of time, many of them are performing at 60 and 80% of their age-appropriate level. And so we appreciate the opportunity that we have to see these services continue. Many of the people have spoke about the extreme cost of working with somebody well throughout their lifetime. And with the autism spectrum and the ability to educate these people now, we're finding that it could be a very short-term expense. And we hope that you will take that into consideration.
All right, next speaker. We're back here.
I came to Sacramento to tell you how much we both need and appreciate the help that is provided to us by the state of California. I have 2 children, both with severe disabilities. My daughter, Diana, who is only 8, is here with me today. She has a degenerative brain condition, cerebral palsy that affects all 4 limbs, and severe epilepsy. She cannot talk, eat, or stand. My son, David, is only 5 and has severe autism and cognitive delays. Consequently, I had to leave my job as an elementary school teacher, which I loved. My husband has a good job, but with all the medical needs of both kids, we barely get by. We've had to sell our house and are now renting instead. The budget cuts to regional centers, Medi-Cal, in-home support services that are being considered will be devastating to my family, and I respectfully ask that you strongly reconsider them. Look at all the costs versus the benefits. Evaluate all the options. I realize that these are tough times, but they will only get tougher on those of us who need the help the most. My kids cannot talk, so I need to speak for them. My daughter cannot stand, so I need to stand for her. If they could talk, they would tell you, thank you for the support you have provided our family. We don't want to need it, but we do at no fault of our own. Please do not take the needed funds away from the disabled. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We'll come back up here to the table, I believe, now. Okay, we're right here, ma'am. Now, let's try to stay in order so we don't start stumbling. It's your turn.
My name is Joan Schmidt. Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Joan Schmidt. I'm the parent of a 38-year-old son with severe autism and severe cognitive disabilities. First of all, I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your comment about trying to keep cuts away from the delivery level. I don't think anybody in this room or any place else disagrees with anything. I think we all are agreeing, and that's really the problem. And nobody has said anything that we disagree with. And I find it interesting that none of us are opposing any of the programs that are in place. I mean, it's a pretty exciting thing when you think about it. If we could stop it long enough to think about that part, that we just have some fabulous, fabulous things going in California. I'm also a provider of services for folks that live in the community. And it's interesting to me when I go to other states and talk, or I even in California, and of course people, and you all hear it too, are just thrilled and excited, and how do you do it? And then of course they say, how do you pay for it? So we're there now. That's where we are. And I'm certainly not here to make any recommendations other than I would like to see folks in the community more involved in the detail before numbers are passed. That would be helpful. I remember back many years ago, my white hair tells you I sat here a number of years over and over. We all sat around, many people in this room from the department and from the regional center, and we pioneered some of this. We talked about how can we do this, and we came up with some really fabulous ideas that are still working, but unfortunately, they're too expensive. So all I ask is that, number one, we have detail before we pass numbers, and number two, that we collaborate. I probably have sat on 5 different committees with a lot of people in the room and others, and coalitions saying, what if we do this? What if we do this? So I think we need to focus more on how can we bring that information together. And our Director Delgadillo has talked about bringing folks in, but I'm worried it'll be too late once the numbers are passed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Joan. Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to be really brief. My name is Jackie Dillard-Foss with the California Supported Living Network, and here representing strategies to empower people that serve 300 people with developmental disabilities in the greater Sacramento area. And I was fascinated by the conversation about the developmental centers and empathetic to the concept of transfer trauma. And as I put my brain around that, purchase of service standards to be implemented by July 1st, 2011, and the transfer trauma that's going to occur across the state of California to 250,000 people. It just overwhelms me. As I sit back, last time I said you can't pass without detail. I still believe we can't pass without detail. But if we are going to put that much energy into the conversation about what happens at the developmental center level, what happens to the people that have chosen programs across California, what about their transfer trauma? And I think we all know it's going to be significant. So as you take that in consideration, please remember that there are people in this community that are going to have serious transfer trauma. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. Well said. Yes, ma'am. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Rachel Huff. I'm from Camarillo, California. As a parent of a child diagnosed with autism at age 2 and a board member of the Tri-County Regional Center, I know the value of the Regional Center. To be blunt, the Regional Center saved my son. Without their support, resources, and expertise, my son would now be costing the state of California tens of thousands of dollars. I am not here for me today. I am worried for other families who have neither the financial resources nor the wherewithal to handle the situation when their child is diagnosed with a developmental disability. Who will speak for those who cannot help themselves, like a single parent, a family who is drowning in their depression of, or those just fighting to survive each day and put food on the table? The Lanterman Act was established to address these issues with the Regional Center as its agent in providing services. To place barriers in front of families to get this help seems criminal to me. My son is the best example of money well spent, as he no longer requires any resources from the Regional Center or the state of California. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. That was awesome.
My name is Andy Huff, and I am 10 years old. When my brother Grant was 2, he was diagnosed with autism. He stopped talking. He would never play with me. He would run away from people. The Regional Center gave me my brother back. He had lots of therapy that my parents could not afford on their own, nor had the skills to teach him. The state of California made a difference for my family and my brother. Please do not cut these services. I am afraid for other kids whose siblings need help and they won't qualify anymore. Thank you.
My name is...
You're okay. Just move it a little closer to you.
My name is Grant Huff, and I am 6 years old. When I was 2, I had autism. The Regional Center helped me. Early intervention gave me back my life. Now I go to Main Street Kindergarten, and I have recovered from autism. I hope all boys and girls in California can get the help I did. Please do not cut services. If these cuts go through, then kids like me would not get the help they needed. Thank you.
Well, we'll make an exception for Grant. Well done. You got a great mom. Yes, sir.
Tough act to follow. My name is Jason Romero, and I'm on the provider side of things. I'm the ED for a company in Southern California, and we provide services to several hundred people with disabilities, and we also have several hundred staffs as well. And I'm just here. I've testified in these things before with all of the other cuts, and what I'm about to say I've never said before. You know, a cut of this size, $750 million, which is nearly $1 billion when you talk about the federal loss as well. I mean, we're talking about 25 to 30% cut. If that comes through unallocated, we probably will close, for real. And I've never said that before. And I think that we really are very good at accounting and, you know, business management. That's something that I pride myself on. But I just have a hard time seeing a way that we're going to be able to survive this. Even if we did survive it, then, I mean, you're going to see a horrible service that I frankly don't know if I want to be a part of. I mean, it's going to be horrible quality, and it's just, you know, it's a very bad scenario. So I urge you to, you know, if we can reduce the cut. I definitely understand, I'm a realist, that we do need to do something. We're in a catastrophe here in California, but we need to do something that we can live with. And maybe one way of approaching it is to, you know, distribute the cuts evenly amongst everyone within our industry. Because the way it looks right now is you have a $4.5 billion budget. You're cutting $1 billion of essential services, but you're keeping the same amount of governmental bureaucracy to provide services for $1 billion less in service. It just makes no sense to me at all. So, and I know you said that earlier, and I applaud you for that. And then the last thing, I'll be quick, is to comment on the TBL. I urge you to move that to appropriate policy committee to be reviewed, because I think that the trailer bill language has a lot of landmines in it. There's some potential disaster with the language. It could have a lot of unintended consequences. Just to give you a quick example, on the audits alone, audited financials will cost anywhere from $30,000 to $60,000 a year in additional expense at the same time that we're getting cut. That could result in an unintended rate increase from the state to the providers, which is making your costs go up. So I think those type of things should be reviewed and looked at through appropriate policy committee.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Welcome.
Good morning. My name is Shella Dumong, and I'm the parent of 2 children. My daughter, Simone, receives Regional Center services. Here's her picture. In the preamble, you spoke of the hard choices that you face with your vote. And I'd like to take this moment to remind you that the only choice that you face in your vote is the choice between following the leadership in a decision that's going to destroy the system or saving developmental services in the state of California. That choice is so profound as to transform and actually, hopefully for you, become a moral dilemma. And your choice and your vote should be a moral dilemma for you. Is it really such a hard choice then? The depth and the scope of the proposed cuts is too deep, too wide, too devastating to families, to individuals, and to the system as a whole in the state of California. And I find it so surprising that the people that made this proposal don't see that, or don't care, or don't think it, or don't believe it, or something. I'm not sure what. You also spoke of Californians and the legislature making a shared sacrifice, that it's up to all of us to sacrifice. The needed savings are not actually fairly allocated among the systems in California. And there are entire systems, large systems, that are not going to see a cut while we face total devastation. That really hurts. It hurts to know that. And it's tough to hear you say, and I think that you need to be sensitive to those of us that know that it's not a shared sacrifice. In fact, some employees, some people have received wage increases while we face what. In closing, I urge you to vote to oppose the proposed cuts. It shouldn't really be that hard of a choice. Your vote will reveal your moral compass, and those of us, will be paying attention to that. We can't, because we'll be so impacted. The testimony and the public comment that you have heard so far and will continue to hear, I hope that you also can personalize it. It's so personal for us that you don't just look at us like a number, or click the button and see how much it's going to just reduce the deficit. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Lisa Graziano.
Push the microphone, please.
My name is Lisa Graziano. Thank you. I represent my son, Cameron, and all the other Californians who also have Prader-Willi syndrome, which is a rare and very complex medical disorder. Prader-Willi California Foundation applauds the legislature for your efforts to reduce the deficit and balance the budget. We know this is an extremely significant, important thing we need to do. But it has to be done in a way that protects our most vulnerable citizens. Regional centers serve our most vulnerable citizens in a way through no fault of their own. People with Prader-Willi syndrome and other developmental disabilities were born without the means to care for themselves. As a parent, I'm working hard to care for my son, but when I'm dead and gone, he's going to need the support of the regional center system to help support him. Please don't reduce the funding for those in these specific areas where I and other parents are raising a child with this syndrome and with other developmental disabilities, because they absolutely need this funding.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your brevity. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Nancy Chance, and I'm the Executive Director of Training Towards Self-Reliance and a partner of California Disability Community Action Network and Marty Emoto. I'm here on behalf of the consumers we serve in independent living services and day program services, and of my employees who provide these very important services. And I want to say I agree with everything that's been said about the effects that this is going to have on our consumers. I won't go any further into that, except I wholeheartedly agree. But I want to talk about another group that will be affected, and that's the employees, the people that provide the service. Because of last year's budget cuts, the following has happened to my agency. I've laid off 10 employees, both direct and administrative staff. I've had to reduce my health benefits to my staff significantly, and effective February 1st, all of my staff and myself have had to take a pay cut. And honestly, for my line staff, it's unacceptable for people who are already paid less than $10 an hour and do such important work. As a result of last year's budget, these unintended consequences are devastating my agency and consequently are affecting the people that we serve. It's going to cause a collapse in the system. This year's cuts are just too big. They're too much. It will lead to devastation, and I'm asking you to please not move forward so quickly. Please look at what you're doing. We can't sustain another cut. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. London?
And I have letters from people in the hall.
If you could submit it to the sergeant right over here, that'd be great.
Thank you.
Mr. London.
Mr. Chairman and members, Carl London, I lobby for the California Disability Services Association. As you know, we have about 100 nonprofit agencies across the state of California that provide community-based services to this population. I want to also talk to you today as a parent and as a board member. I'm a board member of a local agency in Sacramento called In Alliance. I have a 14-year-old son, Michael, who is mostly blind, also has substantial developmental delay and seizure disorder, among other things. In his case, it's kind of interesting because he arrived at this point from a medical malpractice case. Now, I know the legislature is limited what we can recover there, but I'm fairly confident about his future because we were able to recover some funds that I think will reasonably take care of him when I'm gone. I do want to say, though, I'm concerned about everybody else, and particularly the people that work day to day in serving this population. The cuts that are proposed by this budget are just simply too deep, as you've heard. They don't apply system-wide. You must take an active role in governing the detail of these cuts. You absolutely have to. And I want to just review again, just very quickly, what you're talking about here are the cuts to community-based services that keep this population remotely whole, or at least able to live in their communities every day. The continuation of the 4.25% cut is actually $180 million. It's a $91 million general fund savings, absolutely, but it's $180 million in lost services to community if it's continued. The $533 million, as we develop standards around that, probably will have the net result of capturing some federal funds in terms of lost services. We're guesstimating that at approximately $750 million. The continuation of the $334 million from last year, which is actually a $500 million total cut, means that overall you're looking at cutting somewhere in the neighborhood of $1.2 to $1.4 billion, or a 20 to 25% cut. As a board member of an agency who sits through board meetings and absolutely looks at the numbers very carefully for how monies are spent, I can tell you with all certainty, with this level of cut, our agency in Alliance faces probably closure of the programs that it has. It's a well-respected program. We have one of the best directors in the state. I'm confident of that. We have 346 employees, and right now the director says there's a great possibility that under this scenario we'd face closure. I know there are other agencies around the state that feel the same way. I can only imagine how many jobs in total that will represent. Again, I urge you to look at the detail carefully as this goes along. I have personally some shaken faith over the work group process that was mentioned last year. That was represented as a consensus process. It was not last year. And I'll give you just two examples for you to be mindful of, just so that you understand why you need to follow the details. Last year in the state budget, the objective was mentioned to achieve $5 million in respite care savings. There were alternative proposals out to what was proposed in the budget to save $5 million. In actuality, it looks like we're going to save closer to $30 million, And while we did the standard that we did, we affected nobody who receives under 90 hours and a quarter, but we affected everybody above 90 hours and a quarter, the people who need it the most just to stay out of institutions. We affected in that cut. You have to manage that detail.
Mr. London, if you could wrap up, please.
Yes. Last thing I'd like to say, again, in my capacity as a board member, the 85-15 language, I would be opposed to that. There's a Stanford study that we'll share with you. It's a respected university in the state of California that suggests this figure is too low. It doesn't take into account the variances among service providers. And the last thing I'd say is you have to look at the question of whether or not we're in a state of emergency or not. If we are fiscally, which I believe we are, then we have to look at closing developmental centers much faster than the timeline suggested in this budget. You're talking about 1,700 people served versus the 200,000 in the community whose daily lives you're going to blow up with these cuts. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Evelyn Abu Hassan with Disability Rights California. Disability Rights California is a cross-disability organization. We are a statewide organization. I'm going to keep my comments brief because I'm going to leave with the sergeant some detailed testimony for your consideration. But let me start by saying that we appreciate the department's efforts to seek additional funding. We also appreciate the governor's proposal to raise taxes. We know how difficult these budget choices are, but that being said, we have some significant concerns with the cuts that are being proposed today and the continuation of cuts that were implemented in previous years. Of particular concern is the recommendation to adopt purchase of service standards. Our organization opposes the implementation of any purchase of service standards which are not consistent with the Lanterman Act's values of choice, integration, and the mainstream integration of people into community life, and also not consistent with the ADA. That being said, while we appreciate the department's efforts to seek input from stakeholders, we do believe that additional legislative oversight is needed in this area to ensure that any standards that are implemented protect the rights of consumers to receive services in the least restrictive environment, to have adequate exceptions, and to protect due process rights. In the documentation that we will be providing you, we have made some comments to the trailer bill language that is proposed, also for your consideration. As many have already said, the cuts to the system are too deep. We are unclear how this is going to be achieved, and we strongly recommend that any actions that are taken relative to this area be reviewed both by budget committees and by joint policy committees. The implications to such a proposal is massive. You have major policy implications that are going to impact the lives of many, many people with disabilities that are currently in the community. And if this goes through without the appropriate oversight, the only place that individuals with disabilities are going to be able to get services are in institutions. So we have to be really careful about the choices that we make and really look at the decisions that are being made. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, members of the committee, for opening this to public comment. My name is John Steinreich. I'm here from Wellspring Healthcare Services. We provide applied behavior analysis to the developmentally disabled. I also have experience working in the regional center in the public education sector. So I spent the last 20 years of my life working with families in need. And I do see some very serious problems here. $750 million in budget cuts will run the risk of creating a catastrophic negative effect on the delivery of applied behavior analysis services, which are critically necessary for the treatment of autism. In particular, any cuts, if they're made in this area, must avoid caps and restrictions on ABA. Otherwise, tens of thousands of people in California with autism and their families will be adversely placed in a position of emotional risk, physical peril, and subject to a negative life trajectory. I would also propose to you that the 85-15 suggestion in trailer bill language 4629.5 will do little more than create an unintended consequence of increasing costs to the regional centers and DDS in essentially creating more administrative oversight requirements. I would suggest that it be discarded entirely. The statewide service standard proposal in section 4648.8 also should be discarded in its entirety, as it runs 100% counter to the intent of the Lanterman Act and will do little more than constrict access to necessary services and local decision-making power of families caring for their disabled children and relatives. In sum, the $750 million in cuts to services for the disabled is incredibly severe. It's unconscionable and will prove harmful to California's neediest citizens. I urge you to find other ways to cut in non-essential areas of expenditures instead of hurting this population. Thank you.
Thank you, John. We're going to go back to the mobile mic, and then we'll come back to you, sir. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Darcy McCann, and I'm here to let you know again that I'm a productive member of my society. I live in my own home with the help of in-home support services and supportive living, as well as I'm going to school and doing my very best in the community. I'm a suicide and crisis counselor. It doesn't get much more important than that, saving lives. But without the help that I get on a daily basis, I can't do my job in helping people when they're really desperate and they're thinking about killing themselves. So I need all these services so that I can save lives. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, sir. You push the button.
Senator Zollner and committee members, thank you very much for your time and allowing me to speak to you directly. I don't envy your task. You have been assigned to become the Grim Reaper for the state of California, and I don't think that is anything that has anything to do with your policies and your compassion. It's just you have that task that you have to solve it, and I also am participating in that, and that we're having a meeting this coming Saturday, as a matter of fact, with the California Alliance of Autism Organizations, and we also are going to be tasked with doing the same things that you are doing here to try to figure out the best way that we can do these things. I just want to bring to your attention that these disabilities cannot be legislated away. They are a fact of life. Withholding the services does not make those disabilities go away. I'm a grandfather to a 10-year-old little girl that 4 years ago was getting quite a few services. Since that time, she has lost her physical therapy, her occupational therapy, her speech and language therapy due to budget cuts. Her braces that she uses for her ambulatory process are now 4 years old. They don't fit her anymore. She has outgrown them. How do I get them replaced? If we don't, she has a very real process of becoming crippled. And winding this up, I would just like to bring up an old song that Bob Hope wrote one time, and it was called Thanks for the Memories. Let's not apply that to the Lanham Act, please. I abhor you. Thank you.
Welcome.
Hello, my name is Anna Christine Schuret. I currently live in my own apartment with supported living services. Cutting my services will impact me negatively, and I would be constantly having seizures. I would not be happy knowing I live in a group home or institution. And most importantly, I would not be able to have play dates with my nephew Noah. I love the life I love. And sometimes life is tough, but I know there is a light at the end of the tunnel. If you decide to take that light from me and my friends, my life would just be depressing. Thank you for funding the services that I receive, that I have, and allowing me to live a quality life. But please do not take that life from me and my brother-in-law who are disabled.
Thank you, Anna. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Saad Bazagno, and I work for Jane Olin Community Services. It is my job to support people with autism and other developmental disabilities to live meaningful lives in their own homes and in their community. It is critical to realize that nearly all direct services and supports in California are delivered by local, community-based nonprofits. I work at times 7 days a week, get calls at every hour of the day, as people require our assistance 24/7. I promise you I don't do it for the money. I do it because I love my work and I love the people I support. I enjoy people living valued lives. We cannot withstand the proposed $750 million in cuts. These cuts will lead to the collapse of the nonprofits that the state relies upon to deliver services, and more importantly, it will impact the lives of people who depend on these services, including Anna. The purpose of this testimony is to alert everyone who cares about the current and future welfare of people with autism and other developmental disability that danger awaits us. If we permit the collapse of organizations such as Jane Ellen Community Services, we have lost everything. California has made such progressive steps towards thoughtful supports, and it would be costly to reverse this. Consumers, family members, friends, policymakers, the organizations that you depend upon now depend upon you. And with respect to items on the agenda, it's just unreasonable to expect that we can only provide 15% overhead on the services we provide. Better Business Bureau states that 35% is ideal for any business. We're not expecting 35%, but 15% is unsustainable. It will lead to the closing of our business. And lastly, we are instructed to and always access generic resources when providing supports for the individuals we support. All generic resources are being hit right now, and regardless if we access the generic resources, we're going to be hit hard. Thank you for your time and consideration.
I only live off $80 or $90 a month, so it's not easy for me to own my own apartment without these services. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Cindy DeMaria. We live in Folsom. And I'm going to give you a little bit of a different point of view here. I'd like to humanize this just a bit. The numbers have been thrown around, and I know that it gets confusing. My husband and I have 4 children, and 3 of them have autism, and my youngest son also has Prader-Willi syndrome. What has happened in these last 7 years that we've been here has been absolutely amazing. The services that we have received have helped our children tremendously. What's happened at this point in our lives is we need protective supervision for our children, which ISS provides. My son Danny has aggressions. My son Noah has self-injurious behaviors. I'm sitting on the couch and I'm with my son doing markers, and my other son wants my attention, so he's hitting his head. This other son will hit his sister because he's upset. I can't make this choice. I can't choose between my children. If I don't have that aide, that tutor, that person with me to help intervene, my children are hurting themselves. It's a very, very hard choice to make. I'm sorry, I don't want to get emotional. What the tutors in the afternoon home program that Alta California Regional Center pays for, these women and gentlemen are teaching my children daily living skills. We're still working on potty training, brushing teeth, washing hands, taking shower, dressing. They are learning. If you take that away, I am one person, my husband is one person. You try to put 3 kids on the potty at the same time on a schedule. It's difficult, it's hard to do. I want these children to interact in the community, interact with their peers. They're on such a path right now, and this would just completely devastate our family. There's no backwards for us. Everything is forwards. We are atypical with our 3 children with special needs, but we will stand here and fight for them every step of the way. We please ask you to reconsider. This is a family. These are children. This is our lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. We're going to go back here to mobile mic. Thank you. And just to remind people, we actually have a hallway of people waiting. So if I'm going to start trying to speed it up a little bit, it's not out of insensitivity to why you're here or the things you're trying to express, but we want to get through that full line. We don't want to eliminate the possibility for 50 or 60 people not to speak. So if you could be mindful, we would appreciate it. Go ahead.
Hello. My name is Emma Brown. And this is my friend, or I call her my sister, though. We're actually roommates. And we're asking that you have no cuts. The staff help us to live independently. We live independently. And we have a question. my parents didn't like me, and they were abusive. So we need these services to help us. We don't like abuse from our parents. And I was scared, and I didn't like that. So they were able to help us.
Hi, I'm Nancy Eddy.
Thank you, Emma.
I'm the mom of this one here, Christy. They live independently with staff support in a supported living situation in Fremont, and they love that. The cuts that you're proposing are really going to hamper their life. In addition to being mom, I'm the Supported Living Independent Living Director for Friends of Children with Special Needs in Fremont. I brought along many letters from the families. We have day programs as well as supported and independent living. And our families are very, very concerned about what's going to happen next. And Senator DeSaulnier, thank you for coming to the town hall meeting in Oakland recently. I think you heard a lot there as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Emma. Next speaker, we're going to be over here. Go ahead, sir. Welcome.
You guys are cutting way too much of the bite. And I'm not gonna be able to leave a while on my own. Thank you.
Thank you. We are back up here. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want to say something, sir?
Yes, sir. My name is Ruben Ponce from Simi Valley, California. I'm his support staff. And I just want to we love our people, these people, and we're not going to let them down. Please help us out so we can keep helping them. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll come up to the front table. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Patty Herrera. My son is named Nathan. He's here today, and he is in the program called In Alliance. And through that program, he has had job coaches that have come alongside of him and enabled him to go out into the community and to have a job. He's also currently, because of the cutbacks in his job, he's doing volunteer work 4 days a week. One day he grooms horses for a foundation that rescues horses. He helps with Habitat for Humanity. Another day he works with seniors in a residential facility and helps them with their recreation. He also works at a thrift shop. This program has allowed him to get out into the community with support to develop job skills that he needs. And also, I see the transference at home. He is much more independent. I am looking that at some point I would like to see him attain that independency, but it takes programs like these that are funded to be able to have the people to come alongside and create that. So thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, Patty. Thank you for your brevity. Yes, sir. You're next. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Steve, tell me.
If you push the button for him right there, that'd be great. Thank you. It's all yours.
I'm Steve Quickly. I've been saying it above, and I've been working at Walmart for 8 years, and I've been working at a janitorial, and then I've been working at the janitorial, and then I tried it in the best I can that I did, and my boss name is Ned. He's a really nice guy. and I understand, talk to the employees, everybody really likes me, and everybody really likes me. That I'm a great worker, and I understand about it. Understand about it under the janitorial, so and I get paid good money, stuff like that. Huh? Yeah. I'm saying something that I've been at a lion, and I've been at a lion for a long time. And it helped me up to get the job code, the society, and saying that the boss and trying to straight a hope in the job code. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Steve. Well done. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Right here. We like you too. Yes, ma'am.
I am Sar Schumann. I like by myself, my cat. I like by live myself, my cat. He needs food. I need job to make money, help me shopping, 9 medical. Me, I have worked 10 years in work be one. The definition of you make me no more, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Well said. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Monica Pritchett, and I'm a provider from Life's Connection Supported Living. I'm actually also a family member. I wanted to bring to you today and thank you very much for your time and opportunity, and just let you know at this moment, Early Start has been cut. We get to relive that in 10 to 15 years from now, and the impact. We need to realize what we're doing to our Californians. They're Californians, they're citizens too. What's happening is if their services are cut, who's going to feed them? Who's going to clothe them? Who's going to change them? What about our children and our children's children? How do we know what developmental disabilities they'll live with and what they're going to have? And I ask of you to really reconsider, because this is also consumers that are going to be affected, but this is also employees. We're trying to create a budget together, and what's happening is most of these employees, providers are talking that they're going to be closing their doors. What's going to happen to those employees? They're going to be applying for Medi-Cal. They're going to be applying for food stamps. They're going to be applying for healthy families because providers are closing their doors. They're already facing another 1.25% cut that they're now obligated to pay back for July, August, and September services. They're now paying back March, April, May. If this is happening now, what's our reality? I did speak to some providers and some things that we need to talk about. We're talking about POSs. You know, there's 31 days sometimes during the month, 28 days this month. Some providers are billing 31 days. You know, they should only be billing 28 days. Those are ways that we can get our money back. But Regional Center is so skeleton and so slim. Our service coordinators have over 80 to 100 people just on their caseload, and they're expected to see them during quarterly visits twice a year, semi-annuals and annuals. So if we're asking that from them and we're asking for audits and we get audits annually, how are they supposed to recover money that is owed to Regional Center and can get put back in the systems? So I ask for you today to please really consider that this isn't just our consumers, this isn't just employees, this is our Californians, our voting citizens that deserve to live life, to eat, to breathe, to attend medical appointments, and to live life like anybody else. Thank you very much for your opportunity, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, Monica. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is David Miklas, and I'm from San Luis Obispo, and I run a day program under the company PathPoint. And I just oppose these cuts. I think they're way too big, and what she just said kind of said all the things I needed to say. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Nathan. We appreciate it. Yes, ma'am.
Hi. Okay. Hi, my name is Lisa Kruger, and I live in San Luis Obispo. I'm a member of People First. It's down in San Luis Obispo too, and I also receive support from through supported living called an agency called Lighthouse Living Services, and it's a small agency, and I'm worried that they could eventually shut down because of these cuts. They're very bad, and it's a great agency, and I really like them. I've had trouble finding other agencies at home to help me, and I really like the staff. And I'm also on the board of CAC to DDS. And if there's anything I can do to help, please let me know. These cuts are going to drastically infect so many people. And the 1115 waiver, it's not that good because I need more doctor visits than 10 a year and more than 6 prescriptions a year because of some personal issues.
Thank you, Lisa. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Susan Hendricks. I am a mother of a 31-year-old person named Michelle. She was diagnosed with Down syndrome at birth. Her doctors diagnosed a heart murmur when she was at age 4 months. She had open heart surgery when she was 18 months old because she had 2 holes in her heart. Then when she was 8 years old, she was diagnosed with pulmonary hypertension and needed to have an oxygen supply tank in our home. The prognosis was very bleak. Over time, she started to improve, and her doctors said she was a fighter. Then in 2001, she went into a deep depression, and over a 2-year span, she had countless doctor's appointments and was on 5 different types of medications, and she was still depressed. She got so depressed that she dropped her weight down to 94 pounds and wanted to lie on a couch in a fetal position all day. Michelle was always a very happy, bubbly person, and our family was heartbroken to see her in this state. Michelle then joined a program called In Alliance after being referred by Alta Regional Center. This organization is committed to providing services that contribute to the independence of adults with developmental disabilities. She had a very caring job coach that supported her on a daily basis. Over time, she slowly began to come out of this depression, and to this day, she is now employed with paid and volunteer positions. She pays taxes, and she also votes in our elections. She participates fully and equally in society. The Latterman Act ensures that persons with developmental disabilities receive the services and support they need to lead more independent and productive lives, to make choices and decisions about their lives. I feel that this is what Michelle is doing with her life now. Please don't take this away from her. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Senators. My name is Robin Roars. I'm the owner of the Seasons Bed and Breakfast in Placerville. As a hotel owner, I employ several disabled people from various agencies, including an Alliance in Placerville. The staff that I have that are disabled come with counselors. It's really important that the counselors are there with them to help train them. Without the counselors, I cannot hire them. It's against my insurance, as well as it's not appropriate around some of the guests at the hotel. They participate in many ways, including gardening and setting up for wedding ceremonies, and are often around the guests. If they do not have counselors, I cannot hire them. They do actually produce great volumes of work on my property. I pay them $10 an hour. It's spent for their food, their lodging. They become very productive people. I would encourage you not to eliminate the money that's used for these counselors. I certainly have enjoyed them and enjoyed working with them, as well as other small business owners in Placerville. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Robin. Thank you for what you do, too.
Senator DeSange, committee members.
Just hit that button. Thank you.
Senator DeSange, committee members, Bob Baldo, Executive Director of the Association of Regional Center Agencies. I'm here today representing the 21 regional centers that serve over 240,000 people with developmental disabilities. First of all, we have provided you with extensive written testimony on a number of subjects related that you're talking about today. Second, I'd like to really thank the committee staff for the excellent job that she did on the agenda. I think it spells it out very clearly that what we're asked to do is probably not doable. The starting line is not fair, in my opinion, given what we've had to deal with in terms of $334 million reduction a couple of years ago, which is really a $500 million plus total fund reduction, and now with this. It's a quixotic effort, in my opinion. That doesn't mean we don't want to participate. We will, with all the force and power that we have to make this work. But I think the starting point is, obviously, as you've heard, is way too high. We can't do it. In regards to the trailer bill language, we don't oppose any of it outright. We do have issues with some of the language, and we do urge some time to take a look at that. I realize it's probably going to happen pretty fast, as you indicated earlier. We have provided you information relative to our concerns and trust that those will be taken into consideration. Additionally, one last thing, that we do have issues with the LAO's proposal relative to the means testing. We have grave concerns about that. I don't think that's the way to go. We need to look at other options relative to trying to bring in additional revenues into the system. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. I agree with you. Yes, sir. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Henry Rodriguez. I've come today. I'm with Life's Connections Supported Living Services. And the reason I came here today was because we're looking at the governor's budget. And, you know, one thing that the governor has said is everybody has to sacrifice. And that was said today, too. When you look at a lot of the programs that are being cut, cell phones, okay, you're looking at cars, you're looking at gas, you're looking at mileage, you're looking at just different things across. We're talking about basically cutting lives, lifestyles, community, friends, jobs. This is what we're looking at to sacrifice. You look at the regional centers when they came in, you look at ARCA, the work they do, and what it really comes down to is it's a successful program. I was standing in line and I was listening to the little boy, his last name was Huff, okay? At that age, look at the programs, what they're doing for everybody at this point. Okay, these programs are working. Okay, it's not their choice to be born this way or anything, such as the prisons. It's their choice what they got into. Rehabs, it's their choice what they got into. Okay, but it's not their choice whatsoever. I've been working now for approximately 25 years with disabled people in Southern California and Northern California. It is so hard right now, as is, with all the cuts we've taken, including the funding from IHSS, because that is mixed in the mix also when it comes to residential living. It's so difficult, it's so hard for our staff to stay and tell them, hey, it'll get better, when everybody's listening how worse it's really getting and what a nightmare. You go into your communities and you listen to the talk on what the disabled people are so afraid of as of right now. It would have been nice to have the governor in here today. It'd be nice for the governor to be sitting in the hallway, talk to some of these people, put a face to it, and then he would understand that these are lives we're talking about. We're not talking about commodities. We're not talking about anything else. And I want to thank you for allowing us to be here today, and I want to thank you for listening to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Henry.
Okay.
Go ahead, ma'am.
My name is Charlotte Coco, and I'm here talking on behalf of my daughter, Christine Murphy. She is 33 years old and developmentally disabled. Disabled since birth, Christine has traveled a long way to achieve the quality of life that she enjoys today. Christine lived in the family home until 13 years old, and at that time began a long progression of movement from one group home to another. She was in and out of 17 group homes from the age of 13 to 20. At that point, no other choices were available, so she was admitted to Agnew's Developmental Center, where she was placed in a lockdown unit. It was incredibly difficult for family to visit, as she was more than 2 hours from home. She was ultimately transferred to Sonoma Developmental Center and admitted to yet another lockdown unit. She resided in the developmental centers for 4 years while we, her family, fought to have her return to our community. Christine was eventually released and was placed with Supported Living Agency in Sacramento, only 30 minutes from her supportive family. Christine's negative behavior issues have decreased from 17 a day to 3 a month, approximately, in this new living environment. She now awakes when she's ready and tends to her own personal hygiene by herself. She chooses what clothes to wear and then prepares her own breakfast. She does her own grocery shopping and helps prepare healthy meals that she has planned. She maintains her own home and is planning a vegetable garden for the spring. Christine attends dances, aerobics classes, bingo, cooking classes, and so much more. She's developed a support group of friends and family who have made this quality of life available to her. Christine Murphy has 24/7 support staff funded through Alta California Regional Center. She has IHSS hours provided through Sacramento County. The proposed drastic budget cuts these agencies would effectively destroy the quality of life Christine now enjoys. Please be aware that when proposing this magnitude of budget cuts, you are threatening to destroy the quality of life for California's most vulnerable population, the developmentally disabled. Many are unable to speak for themselves, so we speak for them. The budget cuts should be kept as far away from individuals served by community-based organizations as possible. Christine Murphy and others like her deserve to live a healthy, safe, and independent life in their community. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlotte. Yes, sir.
My name is Joe Cruda, and I work in a supported living agency locally. I've been working in this field for over 20 years now. Prior to moving to California in 2001, I was an administrator of a 90-bed residential facility in Chicago northern suburb. At that agency, residents were taken care of, and I thought that was the best place that they could ever have. They did things together, ate the same food, watched the same movies, and went to bed at the same time. Not long after I moved to Sacramento, again in 2001, I realized that there's a lot more for someone who has a disability to experience, such as choosing living in their own place, making decisions, developing personal goals, having relationships, traveling, and many others. I remember mentioning to my boss once that this is how it's supposed to be done. I feel like going back to Chicago and tell everyone that you're all doing it wrong. With this extreme, excessive budget cut, I believe that we are going backwards with our service in California. Instead of giving them opportunities to live as independent as they could be, we are once again dictating them how they should live their lives. I believe that the decision is in your hands, and making the right decision will make an immeasurable difference in their life.
Thank you, Joe. And Illinois is in worse shape than we are, so. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm actually going to approach this from a different angle, and I'm very nervous, but I want to tell you a story. So previously, as you know, due to the cuts in the Lanterman Act, social programs were cut. I have a daughter who is 20. Her name is Kayla. She is mentally retarded, and we have many, many friends and other parents that we know. Kayla was part of a social program called Teen Program, and so it was administered by the County of Sacramento, paid for by Alta. I believe the direct costs of these programs were upwards of $400 to $800 a month, probably per attendee or per consumer. So when that program was cut, we created I'm also a parent advocate in my community, and got together with about 10 parents, and we approached the county and said, how could we pay for this program out of pocket? There used to be probably upwards of 150 in all of the Sacramento area. Our particular program, Elk Grove, had about 50 with a waiting list. In any case, we approached the county on how we could maybe pay out of pocket since the social programs were cut. They said that they could do it for a cost as low as just cutting it bare bones, just the staff really needed. They could do it for $400 per parent, per consumer. We did have some parents with 2 consumers, and they kind of cut a deal of $300 each. In any case, we said, okay, 10 of us parents, between 10 and 15 parents could actually afford it. They maintained the program for about 10 or 15 of us. It was cut down, who could actually afford that bill. So during this last summer, my bill was upwards of $800 a month to pay for those services. But I could pay it, so I'm willing to pay it. That is not a problem for me. As you can imagine, it went down to only 10 parents who could actually afford that type of fee. I will tell you that one parent refinanced her home to afford that fee. It's important. We're going to do our part. That's what I'm trying to tell you. What I would like to now tell you is really a success story for us. What we did is we sought out to partner with somebody who had the ability to develop a new social daycare program. It's daycare for me because my husband and I both work full-time. We're active members, contributing members of society, and I would like to tell you that we contribute in a very big way to our society. So it was very important for us to have these services for my daughter. It really has never been a social program, well, partially a social program because she is learning her social skills there. It was also daycare for us. In any case, we did find a local business owner who had similar programs for a disabled community, slightly different disabled community. She said that she could develop such a program for us, specifically working with us and bringing on staff from the county that was released because the program had closed in the end. They could no longer provide services at cost because, of course, there was only 10 parents with the ability to pay. So long story short, we have the program today. Okay. Long story short, we have the program today. We pay only $250 a month for these services. I don't know what Alta paid. I think it was upwards of $800 originally. So what I'm trying to say is if the cut of the services is imminent, then I need you to require that the organizations who are responsible for these budgets are innovative, think out of the box to provide these critical services. Don't cut the services is my message to you. Cut the budget. Don't cut the services. Hold accountable those people who are responsible for those millions of dollars to use that money wisely. If they need help, if they need analysis on how to do that, then ask me to do it, and I will volunteer my weekends to provide them with that analysis.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Good morning. I'm coming here today wearing 3 hats. I've been a public school.
Yep, there. Just push it down, the microphone, the button. There you go.
Okay. Hi. I come today wearing 3 hats. I've been a public school teacher for 24 years. And as a public school teacher, I know that you're aware that public school funding is also being cut and cut and cut. But I want you to let you know that in my classroom, I'm being required to serve more and more and more special needs students on a yearly basis without any additional training. That is a concern to me as a professional. With that being said, also, I am the mother of a child, 3 children actually, but 1 child who has autism. This is Jake. And because of Jake's huge needs, we turned to Regional Center, and I wanted the community and everyone to know that parents in my position don't only rely on one service center like Regional Center to provide services. We're constantly taking from everywhere we can to subsidize the funds that we already have or had, or our savings that we once had long time ago. When we receive a diagnosis like this, we take the resources from Regional Center, we take the resources that our medical insurances will pay for, and we scream and fight and appeal for more. We take the services that our school systems pay for, which are sadly lacking, but we scream and fight and pray for more, and sometimes we even win there too. So compiling all those services together, our children are turning out to make really, really great strides. Unfortunately, not enough. So then I was forced to found Special Kids Foundation, which is a nonprofit organization in eastern Contra Costa County, which serves well over 5,000 families of special needs children. There are over 20,000 children in Contra Costa County alone with some kind of disability, ranging in age from age 2 to 22 alone. Now, if you look at the long-term ramifications of this, if all of the parents of all of these children are tapping the resources of Regional Center, public school systems, their medical insurances, and now all the nonprofit agencies which have been sprouting up everywhere trying to do all the good that they can, and we're still not able to meet the bill, these kids are then now going to be turned into the state's responsibility. If we can't all do our part to make them independent, contributing members of society, then they won't be. And the numbers that you have that are very small of individuals and institutions are going to be huge. Just one of the 13 disabilities is autism. In California, 19 children a day are diagnosed with autism. That's one of the 13 disabilities. If 19 children a day are diagnosed, do a little quick math, which is way beyond my capability in elementary school education. of what that's going to look like as a responsibility of the state if we don't have programs that turn these children into contributing members of society. I'm begging you, from the over 5,000 parents that I represent, and from my home, where my children and my husband and I and my son and I struggle every day to make sure that Jake leads the most productive life that he can, please consider the long-term ramifications, what it's going to be like in 10, 20, 30 years when all of these individuals are now the responsibility of the state if they are not contributing members of society. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I have letters for you. Should I leave them?
Okay, pray this with Sean. Welcome, ma'am.
Good morning.
It is. Go ahead. So when you folks come up, there's a little button right next to your microphone. If it's red, if it's on, you're cooking. Go ahead.
Okay. My name is Nancy Pfeiffer. My husband and I are the parents of a developmentally disabled woman aged 45. Our Elizabeth, when we adopted her at age 6 months, we didn't know she had any disabilities at all, but she turned out to be mentally retarded, emotionally disturbed with autistic tendencies, and she also has speech problems. Well, needless to say, back in '65, there wasn't much available. We tried her with, regular preschool and discovered, of course, she could not do it. But as years passed along, we got into the regional center, and little by little, services were available. Finally, when the Lanterman Act was created, things became so much smoother. And I have to tell you that today she is doing very well in her own apartment. She has 24/7 caregivers, which she absolutely needs. She's in a day program, and her self-esteem and her happiness with life from cutting herself earlier on and being suicidal. She is now one happy young woman. But I'm horrified to think about these cuts. I think that these cuts will eventually harm the services to my daughter and all the rest of our population. If our trained and caring caregivers are also cut, also to me, it just means we're going to add to the unemployment problem, and these people will not be able to find jobs, and they're going to have to be on unemployment, which is, cutting off our nose to spite our face, in my opinion. But because I think the Lanterman Act is being considered with different little types of dissection, I think this is completely wrong. California we have progressed so far that we really we're the standard among the nation. And I was, just as an aside, I was terribly, schadenfreude, that the Germans say Texas is now 27 billion in the red. After they were accusing us and trying to snipe at us all the time. But I do think if we cut the point of service standards, we can't do it because one size does not fit all. And as you can tell, we have a unique population, and every life is precious.
Thank you, Nancy. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Mr. Chairman and members. I'm talking for myself and my husband, who's at work. Thank you for the opportunity to give public testimony. We are parents to our 30-year-old son, Nathan. He is autistic, has a seizure disorder, and battles immune problems. He can also sing like Frank Sinatra. Soon after Nathan was born, we realized that we had become members of a club we hadn't planned on joining. But here we are, and every single day for the last 30 years, we have had to ask for help. And now all the reluctance that comes with that is gone. We are asking for your help. Actually, we're willing to beg for it. For the last 11 years, Nathan has lived successfully in his own home with the supports he needs provided by us, IHSS, a supported living agency, and our local regional center, the San Andreas Regional Center. You'd be amazed how creative we are to attract people who are willing to work for $10.50 an hour without a pay raise in over 11 years. We don't think we have a new way to present to you the magnitude of unjust consequence that the proposed $750 million cut will have on people with developmental disabilities. You must know this already. We can't even imagine a humane way to implement these cuts in 2 short months. What we want to remind you is that people with developmental disabilities are the canaries of this lifetime. When there are no longer funds to sustain their lives, our society as we know it will also be gone. The management of their needs cannot be put in tidy sentences explained by numbers. They awaken the part of you that has nothing to do with business. It's the part that draws on your reserve of kindness, and that's a resource that must have an endless reserve for any of us to really be successful. If you do not know someone who is autistic already, your chances of having a grandchild with autism is growing at an alarming rate. And when it happens to you personally, you will be like us, exhausted with worries of what will happen when we are gone, what will happen to all of us if we can't see the worth of someone like our son, who can put a smile on anyone's face, who is willing to slow down and remember what is important in life. My son and his club members are your moral compass. Please find another way and reconsider the level of these cuts. Thank you.
Welcome. You got it. You're on. You're ready to go. Just talk.
Hello, my name is Julian Dax. I am an independently living, and it is my desire to stay there since I have been here with my staff, Shirley and Marie, for 7 years. My life got better. I was in group homes that may have behaviors, stealing my stuff and hitting me. Please don't make me go back. Please do not take my money away. I am 24 hours care. I cannot be left alone. I can die because I have palliative. I can die from overeating just one time. My life is better here. My staff love and helps me, me in my life to be happy in New Star Services. Thank you.
Less than a minute. Let everybody, that's a model. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Shirley Smith, and I am Julianne's direct support staff, and I've been with Julie for 7 years. I've watched her grow in her abilities to live on her own. She has her own apartment. She works in a day program, and Julianne, in her supported living, is able to work out at a gym of her choice and participate in Special Olympics. And in the group homes, she has told me nightmare stories about what she was not able to do and of the violence. And here she has become happy and skilled in her living. She no longer misses work. She would go 2 weeks at a time because of her unhappiness. She hasn't missed a day in over a year. Her attendance level is 95%, and she's learned to share. So we're really proud of Julianne.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Thanks, Julian.
On July 4th, 1776, this nation made a declaration of independence stating, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. That whenever any form of government becomes destructive to these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it and to institute new government. These individuals, these people with disabilities, are declaring their right for independence. All men, all people are created equal, but all budget cuts are not. The individuals, the people who will suffer this cut, who are equals to you and I, are losing these supposed unalienable rights. You will tell us that they are not losing these rights, but we are just reshaping them or revising them. A cut of this magnitude is not being given consent from these governed individuals, as you will continue to hear. If this budget is approved, you are taking people's right to pursue their happiness. You or your senators have no business telling people what they do and what they want to do makes them happy. It is no longer doable because we took your money but gave bonuses to state legislators. You will devastate the lives of so many people. It is downright sad. Maybe our consumers should commit a crime and go to prison and get better dental or better living conditions. I apologize for my sarcasm, but there should be concern when that sarcasm, frighteningly so, actually makes sense. Remember, a government becomes destructive to these ends. The people, our people, they have a right to not have their lives torn apart. It is their right to alter or abolish that government. Do not push these people. 246 is almost a quarter of the 2 million people it would take to recall state senates. 10 million people, I believe, voted in 2010. It would take 2 million people. 246 would be affected by this cut. They know 6 people that will sign that piece of paper. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next? Yes, sir. Go ahead and speak into the mic.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, my name is Samir, and I am 22 years old. And I just don't look, guys. I just don't want them to cut the state budget because I have my job coaches. Because I have my job coaches to take me to different places, and so I just don't want you to cut the state budget, and I don't want the job coach, so that and then so that I will be able to give joy back to the community. Okay, so please don't take away that.
Thank you, Samir.
You're welcome.
Yes, sir. Right here, and then we're going to go back to the.
My name is Christian Young from the DDSO. I feel applied to your office to request support on particular issues of major importance. I understand the state economic state, and that major cuts are necessary. Wherever why the state is disabled, these folks have no voice and have a difficult time speaking for themselves. And the entities that are changed with their care seem to be more concerned with their own safety net. This leaves their rights for grab, and who cares? It has taken many years to take them from being treated in a more inhuman manner to allow them through the various programs provided to live. But personally, I speak from my own personal experience. I have a Down syndrome son. Christopher is now 30 years old, and through hard work and the wonderful program he has been enrolled in, he tax-paying citizen for 10 years. He worked for private industries and made approximately $2.85 an hour. And certainly not an amount he could live on. He is now in a DDSO Sacramento, a wonderful program, which has given him a job in decent range, not to mention the boost in his self-esteem. He had become part of the camera crew for 30 documentaries, and many hours of penance have been awarded to him to learn the necessary skills. He has grown in the area of independence and taking care of himself. These DDSO folks have worked beyond the call of duty to provide a program the state of California. Can be very proud of my son does not need a babysitter nurse or to be put into institution. He merely needs guidance and a firm hand of support, giving him the tools to aid him in his journey through life. The last governor has already seen many cuts in our direction during the last few years. I believe there are certainly other areas of state waste that needed to be looked at first. Here is a website that gives out information on the overspending issues, along with the unfair taxes and practices taking place. The information pertaining to his report were too numerous to include in my email. These do not take into account the abuses being taken in hiring wages and petition of state workers, something that still has not been addressed. However, they are packed by the union. Please respond to pathouse20msn.com and advise on whether you will support keeping the opportunity for handicapped folks. Thank you, Patricia O'Nella.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Yes.
No, not you. I'm sorry. The gentleman behind. Sean's got it. And then we're going to come back to the podium and go to...
Hi, my name is Stephen Partita, and I've come here today to stand up for my rights and people who... And for people who have disabilities, and I desperately need on the services that I receive, and on a day-to-day basis I need support in everyday tasks, and if I don't receive the support, I can't do the things that I need to do. I work for the City of Davis and volunteer for the SPCA thrift store. I also have a son in which I need support from my staff to take care of him. Please don't cut my services. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Karen Lindquist, and I have a 5-year-old son with cerebral palsy. I'm deeply concerned at the proposal to slash funds to programs to access services that I can bear witness to that have made substantial life-altering differences in my son's quality of daily living. When Jackson was diagnosed at 8 months, we as all parents wanted to do any and everything that we could do to help him develop to his full potential. But it was an overwhelming and daunting task. Without the state, county, regional programs and services, we would not have known where to go, what to do, whom to see, what therapies and equipments were available. They provided us with critical guidance, information, and recommendations. Parents of special needs children may have all the will and all the desire to help their children develop, but again, without necessary guidance from state, county, and regional center agencies, their efforts may be wasted or diminished. Early intervention is a critical key component that can reduce overall long-term costs, and towards that, the 0 to 3 programs provided therapies at regional centers for Jackson, and Alta actually sent therapists to our home, which was a huge blessing, to ensure that we would be able to, with modifications adapted for his needs, to achieve simple tasks that most parents take for granted, such as turning over, swallowing, self-feeding, and alternative ways to communicate. These take on a whole different level of complication that impact everything. The OT, PT, vision, and speech therapists provided tips and tools that made these and many other tasks go from impossible to probable to a daily function. These skills laid a foundation upon which Jackson continues to build in his weekly therapies and daily life, and he is actually now fully functioning in the aforementioned skills. I can quite honestly say that without the multifaceted approach to improve Jackson's development, his capabilities would not begin to approach the skill levels that he has today. Although he cannot walk, he can now communicate clearly and attends public school kindergarten. I believe he is a success story, proof of what services can do. Even his neurologist has commented on numerous times how impressed he is with Jackson's improvements and abilities. I truly believe that Jackson will become a fully functioning and contributing member of our society, due in no small part to the very programs you now seek to diminish and dissolve. It is my fervent prayer that he does not represent one of the last members of California's special needs citizens to similarly progress. Thank you.
You. Yes, ma'am. Oh, you just shut yourself off.
Hello, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Roswitha Robinson, and I'm the parent of Claudia Beck, on whose behalf I'm speaking here today, as well as on other people with special needs. I have been a long-term advocate, and what is happening to the DD system at this point is absolutely frightening to me, seeing where it is going. The proposed cuts to the system and to the services that directly affect my daughter Claudia's life are simply too much. My daughter Claudia relies on essential community-based services and access to health care to live a quality life. I'm aware and sympathetic to the difficult decision-making process which is now underway in both the Assembly and the Senate. I understand that cuts are necessary and the budget has to be reined in. However, the cuts suggested to the regional center and to the DD system are disproportionate, too large and congregate in nature. It is not only part of it is not only the regional center, but also Medi-Cal, SSI, CalWorks, and IHSS. These are 5 cuts that have to be taken in consideration as well. It is simply not bearable. $750 million in cuts are simply not tolerable and will create human disasters and dismantle the infrastructure, and the system stands to collapse. It will trigger situations for many people that will appall you and you would never support because of the many deep previous cuts and at the same time more individuals needing services within the system. There is no room to move. There is no flexibility. And so it becomes a moral issue. And I'm going to count on your humanity. Perhaps some additional funding could be assured by eliminating community care licensing and have regional center absorb those functions. Please find alternative means to balance the California budget without taking away the most necessary elements of Claudia's life.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Valerie Shockey, and my son was diagnosed with autism at age 2 on his 2nd birthday. Immediately after contacting the Alta Regional Center, he was evaluated and started with ABA in-home speech and OT within 1 month. When my son started this therapy, he couldn't wave, point, would not make eye contact, could not stack one block on top of another, and would not say a word. Today, at age 4, my son sings songs, talks in sentences, dances, rides a tricycle, and looks you straight in the eye and is really present, loves life and his friends and family, and is truly a changed little boy. This fall, he will enter a normal kindergarten class with the rest of his peers, which is a major accomplishment. All of this success is because of the early intervention services and ABA that he has received. All of his ABA therapists, occupational therapists, speech therapists, and tutors have truly made a difference in my son's life and in ours. They are the most giving, loving, caring group of individuals I have ever known, and I will forever be grateful for what they have given back to my son. While my son still has a way to go in his fight with overcoming autism, without these services, he would not be where he is today. He still needs these services moving forward to continue to meet these great normal milestones that other parents take for granted. Children like our son need these services to be functional children who will become functional adults and who can give back as productive tax-paying members of society. Without these services, these children will become adults who will forever need state assistance, as when they were children, they were not given the opportunity to become functional adults. There has to be another way of solving this budget crisis without taking away services from children who truly need them. Thank you.
My name is Boyd Bradshaw, president of Res Coalition, which is a business league of residential service providers throughout Southern California and pretty much the state at this point. I'm going to go ahead and provide a brief summary of written testimony that we'll be providing you. One of the issues that we believe has been inadequately addressed today is the issues with regards to this trailer bill language. The first one, A, which is the regional center contracts for direct services. As residential service providers, we are in support of this, and as some of you know on this committee, we've been advocating for similar steps such as this. The second one, with regards to the regional center dispute resolution, that's not an issue of concern for us. However, we get to the regional center audits, and we believe this is a misnomer, and it should be relabeled vendor audits, because this trailer bill language does nothing to audit the regional centers. And per the testimony we've seen today, this was created to resolve concerns that had come from the BSA audit, and hopefully you appreciate the fact that we were the strong proponents of the BSA audit to begin with. This trailer bill language does nothing to mollify the concerns in the BSA audit or the outcomes. Keep in mind, the regional centers that were found to have issues have been audited on an annual basis already. So we have to look at this and recognize that some changes need to be made if this is going to do anything to become a regional center audit trailer bill. The next one, with regards to conflict of interest, we've certainly been supporters of that because we know there are some significant issues of concern. The last one, with regards to accountability and transparency, hopefully you can appreciate the fact that we've been proponents of this. Last year we submitted a bill, AB 2220, specifically with regards to this, mandating that the regional centers have higher levels of transparency. We have read this, and we are extremely impressed and supportive of the fact that this has come forward. However, it is a step too short. There are several data points that need to be included. If you are willing to consider including a few more data points, we would certainly be able to support this. Until that happens, we're going to have to continue to pursue a parallel trail of legislation to make sure that those adequate areas are addressed. You have heard testimony with regards to... Yes, ma'am.
If you could just wrap up, and then Senator Alquist has a question.
You've heard testimony with regards to the POS standards, and it's been substantial testimony, so we're not going to address that. However, it's important to note that when we're talking about the $533 million, the POS standards, we can't fathom a way in which they can accommodate that whole mass, which means there are going to have to be cuts to the system. You've also heard of the chaos of the cuts, so I'm not going to get into that into detail. However, as a residential service provider under the adjusted rate model, and this is something that's outlined in your own points today, we're in the position that you have people talking about having to go from independent supported living back into group homes. As supported living vendors, they're looking at having to close their doors with cuts. As group homes, we're saying you need to be asking the state what the contingency plan is when we're having to close down, because we don't have the resources to keep our doors open. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Senator Alquist has a question.
Thank you. We are looking for accountability throughout the whole system, because we know we're going to have to make cuts. At the same time, the goal is to see that what dollars are there will be for the consumer. That was my first statement. Then I have a question. What were the data points that you alluded to that need to be addressed?
Excuse me, Bev.
Or you can provide that in writing.
Yeah, we actually have it summarized in writing.
Thank you. That's fine then.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. And just after this gentleman, we're making a little bit of a switch, and you've been terrific. You've all been staying right about under or at 2 minutes. But we have another 50 people in the hallway. We've got about 50 people here. And then we have an additional 50 people in the next room waiting. We're scheduled to leave here at 1 o'clock. So we're going to go back and forth, microphone to microphone. If you can try to keep it to 1 minute, I think we could probably accommodate as many people as possible. If there are groups of you, if you could designate someone to speak for you, that would be really helpful. And then I think, for myself, I'd like to hear from as many consumers as possible. So for the people in the hallway in the next room, if you can help facilitate the consumers first who've taken the time to come today. And with that, we'll go to you, sir, and then back here.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman and Senators, for hearing us today. My name is Steve Bundy. I'm from Simi Valley, California, Southern California. I'm the father of an 11-year-old son, Caleb, with multiple disabilities, who does receive services from the regional center so he can live with us at home and is not in an institution. I'm also vice president of Johnny and Friends International Disability Center, founded by Johnny Erickson Tata, that serves thousands of Californians and other people affected by disability around the world. Johnny Erickson Tata is a quadriplegic herself and was appointed to the National Council on Disability by President Ronald Reagan and served under various presidential administrations and helped craft the Americans with Disabilities Act. In fact, she submitted a letter to your office, Senator DeSaulnier, last week. I do want to make clear that we are not a service provider. We are privately funded, therefore I'm not speaking as a provider. We are simply advocating on behalf of me as a father for my son and, of course, the thousands of disabled throughout California. And we implore you to reject these deep cuts into the funding for people affected by disability. The subsequent reduction in loss and services will be detrimental to individuals, families, and California society as a whole, resulting in increased broken families, increased institutionalization, and increased segregation, ultimately costing California more financially, as well as an abdication of our moral responsibility to the most vulnerable in our society. And just as a father, I've done the math, and what it would take California to sustain my son in an institution versus at home is over 10 times greater than the services he provides in our home currently. I've also looked at the Lanterman Act, and it is the basis for the Lanterman Act are the needs of the individual and not the income of the family. And therefore, I do also oppose the Family Cost Participation Program. I really see this as a hidden tax among those families that are actually helping the greatest to fund the system and the government. And I don't see these same hidden taxes for families of typical children that are able to participate freely in various programs, community and school and otherwise, that are free to the families. So I do see that as something that I would request you reconsider. Working with families, I just want to reiterate that families are deeply impacted. And many families are on the verge of collapse. Already they're dealing with tremendous paperwork between regional centers, their private insurance and Medi-Cal, and then to add upon them the burden of now eliminating services. I know many families that would really crumble under the weight of that burden. What I see here really, in just to conclude, is a knee-jerk reaction by our governor, who's coming in and facing a very real budget deficit. We acknowledge that, but it should not be balanced at the expense of the most vulnerable. What I don't see in this proposal is anything proactive. I don't see anything here to help mitigate the impact upon families and individuals by partnering with community programs, faith-based initiatives that are out there to really come up with a workable solution. So I really do implore you to reject this proposal as it is. Take time for discussions so we don't end up with a fiasco in our community, in our court systems, but instead we really come with a workable solution to support those that need it most. Thank you.
Yes, sir. We're back here. Leroy, you first. And what we'll do is we'll just go back and forth between the sergeants, Leroy and Sean, so we're all choreographed. And I just wanted to mention, first of all, thank you all for being so great, the applause and staying to the time limit. And I did want to mention that all three of us, Senator Alquist, Senator Emerson, and myself, actually asked to be on this committee, and there weren't a lot of volunteers, I might add. And all of us have a lot of experience with your community, so we're not, all of us have been out in the community and seen the services and have friends in the community. With that.
Thank you. My name is Jeff McNair. I'm the Policy Director for the Christian Institute on Disability. I work with Steve. I also live in Redlands, California. I'm a special ed professor and also a professor of disability studies. In the 1970s, there were issues that were faced similar to what we're facing today relative to deinstitutionalization. And there people were worried about the cuts, et cetera, excuse me, the costs, et cetera, of putting people into the community. I want to read a quote from Burton Blatt, who was one of the real advocates for deinstitutionalization back at that time. He said, "To live with our disabled children and our friends does place burdens on us all. But these burdens cannot be avoided or delegated, for to have a decent society, we must first behave as decent individuals. Ultimately, our society will discover that it's easier to meet the responsibilities of our fellow man than it is to avoid them." So that's the first comment I'd make. Secondly, I want to piggyback on something Steve said briefly, and that is that I think there's a level at which the state of California is not being as creative as it might be in thinking through the way that it might support individuals with disabilities in the communities, and that there are myriad faith organizations in the community that are out there already providing wildly wonderful forms of support, and the state seems to not only ignore it, at times it seems to disdain it. And so I would encourage the committee to say, or to look and say, not only think about cutting cuts, but when you're thinking about actually applying funds, think a little more creatively in terms of supporting those who are providing natural supports that are already existing. Thank you kindly.
Thank you, sir. Over here, Sean.
Good afternoon, Senator DeSaulnier and members. My name is Lisa Marie Cooley. I'm a member of the California State Council on Developmental Disabilities here in Sacramento. I am also an Alta Regional Center consumer. I understand the fact that California is going through severe budget devastation right now, but if you want to maximize my personal independence and the independence of future generations of Californians with cerebral palsy and other developmental disabilities, I suggest that you find creative ways to finance the developmental disabilities service system in California that does not damage our budget any further, but again, like I've said before, maximizes the independence of all Californians with all developmental disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Senators. My name is Brian Downing. I'm here with my son, Joe. Joe was diagnosed 21 years ago at the age of 2 with autism. Thanks to the efforts of speech therapists, physical therapists, occupational therapists, teachers, aides, coaches, he has flourished. In 2005, he was the first student in San Juan Unified School District's autism program to graduate with his full high school diploma and not merely a certificate of attendance. He is not, at this point, however, ready to go out on his own. He has job coaches through Alta Regional here, and if they're cut, his future would be devastated. And I'll let him tell that part of the story in a moment. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yes, Sean, over here.
Hi, my name is Dr. I really like to go to my day program. Please don't cut my community service. I really made sacrifices over 3 years. Can you please find other ways to balance the business? It would be really I'm rely on people to help me do it, and really need free women with the Maryland Act. I don't want to live my life in my community. Thank you.
Hi. Hi. My name is Joe Downing. I'm here with my dad, Brian Downing. And as he told you, I was diagnosed at the age of 2 with autism. I've also got a seizure disorder called epilepsy, and I'm still at home with my parents, and if I'm with this job coaching team called Progressive Employment Concepts, funded through Alta Regional Center, and if the cuts go through, I will not be able to have a future. I'm going to college through Progressive, and without Progressive, I would not be able to pass college. And I am almost finished with my certificate. I'll be finished this fall. And if that is, and I would really hate to see Alta drop Progressive employment. And of course, paratransit. Without Alta, I wouldn't have paratransit. That's how I get around. I can do my own grocery shop. And I don't want to if these cuts go through, if I move out, I would have to move into a care home or a group home. I might have to move into either a group home or a care home, and I don't want that. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Well said. It's all yours, sir. Right here.
Yeah, hi. My name is Shun. Yeah, because the budget cut, $5 million. So I don't want to stay home to nothing. I want to open my program, and come my program every day. My staff, and I volunteer, a lot, and I go to the meeting, different one. So I'm from regional now. I'm from CSD Whiteville, I don't know, please come my appointment, please. And I like come with me, and my friend, and so I'm my appointment every day. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Brian Walters. I'm 27. I wouldn't be where I'm at today without Alta helping me along the way. And, I just think this budget cut is a very bad idea. And you heard about, 250 people today who all think it's a bad idea. So, I think we can, I think it's safe to say it's a bad idea. So, I hope there's something we can do about that. I mean, I don't know. Huh? You got your game plan, I got mine. Thank you.
Thanks, Brian. Where do you live? Where do you live? Brian, where do you live?
Oh, Kim Park, okay. California.
That's not my Senate district, so that's a good thing. I hope you're in a Republican district. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, folks. My name is Christopher Smirker. I am coming to you from EGACT program. First off, I do not want our program to get cut, because if our program gets cut, we will not have a place to go, and I will not have transportation to and from. And I would like to do the activities like I would like to do more activities. I would like to have more friends, and I would like to go on all-day outings, and I would also like to do some leisure stuff that I like to do. And this is coming from me and I don't want those programs I don't want our program to get cut. And because why are you guys doing this to us? Thank you.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Members, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Ben Praker. I've worked in this field helping people with developmental disabilities for about 16 years in the crisis intervention and behavior intervention, also now as a program manager. And I've lived in 5 other states. When I moved to California, I saw that how we provide services here, and it's unlike anything I've ever seen, primarily due to the Lanterman Act. I wish that every lawmaker could see the look on a person's face when they feel productive and they're doing a job. And someone puts them in a job and trains them and they feel productive, like a productive citizen. It's priceless. It's why I work in this field. It's the reward of seeing people feel good and feel good in working in their community and connecting to resources. As a citizen of California, and I love California, the one question I have is that if we can keep the promises of these state worker pension plans, why can't we keep the promises of Lanterman for our most precious citizens? Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Yes.
Hi, my name is Thomas Stone, and I'm from Placerville. Here in my hand, I have a Kaiser card, and what you have done is you woke up an angry baboon spider from South Africa. Because of this budget, I cannot go to the hospital and pick up my medicine. And I also have a sleep apnea machine. What I'm trying to say is, this is not fair for our kind of people to have to take. We deserve the same rights as you people do. We work very hard at our jobs. I have been recently laid off from, I don't know, maybe 2 or 3 different jobs. And my life has been a real wreck. And also I have been very agitated by not working. And I don't think this is fair. I think there are other ways that we can bounce the budget. I don't agree with this. This is not right.
Thank you, Thomas. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Cates. I live in Roseville. I have a 29-year-old son with autism. I worked as a early start family resource director in Contra Costa County for 15 years until just recently. And so in meeting the hundreds of families that I met there over the years from throughout the county, I know that the family members and parents who have spoken here today have not exaggerated in terms of the impact on their child or their adult consumer or their family. I cannot say it better than or even as well as the many family members who spoke, so I'll just say that I agree completely with them. I would like to mention a couple of things in terms of the process that we're using. It seems very clear that the sole objective here is just to cut funding and save money. But that does not appear to be informed by or accompanied by any analysis at all of what the impact will be on consumers. And as a mother, I feel very frightened about that. I've also watched over the years chipping away year after year after year. And I'm asking myself now, what is the bottom line? Where is the line in the sand beyond which the state will not go in terms of protecting and not just keeping safe, but allowing our consumers to thrive as part of their families and part of their communities? I don't know what the answers are to those questions, and I'm not hearing them. So I would really say we need to slow down the process and address some of those things first. These cuts are simply too severe. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Yes, sir.
I don't want my funds cut.
Well said.
And everyone here in Alliance goes out and has in the community my name is Dylan and I am blind.
Anything else? That's it. Okay. End of story. Thank you.
Hi, my name is John Trujillo, and I'm an auditor for one of your state agencies. And so I know about income and expenses, but I know that you have to save, let's say 50 cents right now, but if you think you're in a hole right now, just wait, because that 15 cents is going to turn to $40. I'm a parent. I'll sacrifice anything. As a parent, I have the responsibility for my son. Keep it with me. I don't want to give you that responsibility. Keep the services that my son has. I want him to be a productive member. Keep that responsibility with me, not to the state. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jamie Jones, and I'm a mother and a teacher and a citizen. And I couldn't speak even more eloquently, as you've heard all day long, the stories about how important these services are, how much they've changed people's life. I could go on for hours about the people that work with my daughter who love her and are just wonderful. And we must remember, too, that the Lanterman Act was a civil rights issue. It is still a civil rights issue, and it's not a cliche. Power to the people. It is power to all people. And I know that you can do better. I seem to hear that we maybe have allies in this room with the senators and Mr. Chairman. And we need allies, but we are not going away. I take my citizenship and my daughter's life very personally. We can do better. We can make other cuts. Please don't tell me that we can't, because I have a brain, and I do research, and I'm actually very politically active. And, we could have an excise tax. We're the only state in California that doesn't, and I think oil companies are doing quite well. Thank you very much. There are lots of things we can do, but this is unconscionable. It is a moral issue. It is an issue for all of us. And not only that, it's fiscally irresponsible. So on the face of it, I don't know what more we can do, and you can see a whole room of people here who continues to tell you that can make you cry, that can make you proud, that can make us all feel our humanity. Thank you very much.
Yes, my name is Grace Trujillo. My son is Andrew Trujillo. This is the second time I spoke, and I asked my husband to come with me because I told him how important it is to be and to say what our children need. My son Andrew has major behavior issues. Without behavior intervention, we would have our other son at home, living with my mom. Andrew, on a daily basis, I want to be able to touch the members of the committee and have my feelings go to you. What we deal on a daily basis as a family, to be able to touch you. And every single person, like the lady that was talking over there, how she struggled just to say a single word. How would you guys feel? Every single member of this committee, the Senate, the Assembly, you cannot stress. I would give anything to be able to touch, for the Lord to touch you guys while you guys are making this decision on the budget. And how would it affect you guys' life if you guys had a member, or you individuals had disabilities? What would you guys have your priorities at? I think as a parent, I'm letting you guys know I could go off on numbers because me and my husband are both accountants. We both worked for the state. We brought in tons of revenue for the state to provide you guys with. But one thing I ask you guys, if you guys were in our situation, and the children and the adults and the people that are here to represent you, what would you guys do? It's so easy to say, do this, do these cuts, do all this. But once you're in our shoes, you don't know. So what I am asking you today, when you guys are making those decisions on the Latterman Act, on the acts of cuts, think about yourself, because you never know. It could be in you, it could be in this situation like we are now. So please protect it. It could be your grandchildren, it could be your nephew, it could be your niece. As far as you know, you can have an accident tomorrow and be in our situation. Thank you.
Thank you,
ma'am. Hi, my name is Julie Kahn. I'm from Santa Barbara. I'm the TCRC Board of Directors, and I'm the chairperson for the supportive services. And please don't cut our services. We really need it. If you cut our services, then we won't get the support that we need. Thank you.
Thanks, Julie.
My name is Judy Lee, and I'm the parent of a 12-year-old boy who needs 100% care. I am deeply concerned that he's being called upon to suffer the consequences of the budget crisis in his day-to-day life. Already, as a result of the 2009 budget cuts, our IPP meetings with the Regional Center have taken a disturbing turn away from discussing my son's needs to discussing a reduction in his therapies and services. The fact that our state is in crisis does not mean that my son's needs have diminished or disappeared. I agree with everything that's already been said, so I'll just leave it at that, and I will leave you with a face of my son as one of the many who will be hurt by these cuts.
Thank you, ma'am.
Oh, no. Yeah, I'm ready. Hi, I am Jesse Simon from Santa Barbara, and I'm a registered voter. And this is my friend Theo, and back then he had struggles with walking and with a walker, but now, as an independent child, he can walk with an aid of a helmet. And I want to say, in my life, this budget cuts has terrorized my life. It is terrorizing my friends' lives, and I can't stress enough that people at my work at Alpha are really sad, depressed, and frustrated because of all the budget cuts that are being made in our services. And I'm almost blind in one eye, and I need my services in order to see. I don't like being treated this way. Me and my fellow people in Santa Barbara, we are not animals. And we need to be treated with respect. And I feel that we are human beings. And we deserve to have our services made. And I demand not the services to be cut. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Welcome.
Yeah, my name is Philip Strickland, and my if you repeal the Latterman Act, it's going to affect me and my kids, my children's children, and my children's children. So please find another way to save money without cutting the budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Teresa, and I work at Alpha Resource Center in Santa Barbara. I'm a support staff and an advocate. I've been doing this work for a while, and through the years, the state has had these budget problems, and every single time, it goes straight to the human services. The cuts are always, they look straight immediately. And can't we be a little more creative and look somewhere else to make some changes? Not even in human services at all. I have a father who is a retired LA County firefighter, and he thinks that his daughter wants his pension cut. So I don't want that either. However, I don't think we need to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure he thanks you as well.
Okay. My name's Taylor Kahn, and I'm from An Alliance in Yuba City. And I am 22, and I also attend Yuba College and studying music history, choir, and applied voice. The reason I'm here today is to tell you all that I do not want my program cut because I wouldn't know where my future would be, and I wouldn't be able to volunteer in my community, and I would be sitting at home doing absolutely nothing. So thank you, and have a nice afternoon. Thanks.
Thank you.
My name is Donna Moore, Mr. Chairman, and I live in Santa Maria, California. I'm a registered voter, and this is what I have to say about the cuts you are taking away from us. I feel as soon as we get a job, it will be pulled out from under us because you just don't care who you hurt in the process of pulling out cuts without thinking the matter through, and you think it will help solve your problem, but it won't. I want to live to be independent. I won't live with my sister or anyone else, for that matter, because we are doing such a good job on our own. We don't want to fall back to where we once were. Take time to find some other way of cutting the bill without cutting our IPPs. We rely on them. We need them. Without them, there's no telling where we will be. Thanks for listening to and putting your heads together to do something else and leave us alone. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna. It's always best if we leave you alone.
Good job, Donna. Hello, my name is Heidi McCrum. I'm 50 years old, and I work at Pride. North Star and IHSS are very important to me and my health, happiness, and safety. I was born with cerebral palsy, and a lot of my doctors said I would not survive 1 year. My life now with North Star and IHSS has allowed me to work and make money. I make $2.49 per hour working for Pride. My staff helps me remember to take my pills, drive me to stores, and help pay my bills and get groceries to eat healthy. I'm grateful for the support that gives me help and budgets my money. Fun activities, live in my own apartment with a roommate. This makes me feel independent and very safe. Please don't take away my freedom. It's very important to me and for me. Thank you. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Denise, and I'm a partner in Get Out. We serve clients mainly in Santa Barbara and Ventura counties. We are lucky enough to have one of the best jobs in this field, in that we get to take people out to eat, play, visit with family and friends, and to go on day trips and vacations. Many of these activities are things that most people take for granted and are lucky enough to do for themselves on a regular basis. For our clients, this is not the case, and they need help and assistance to be able to take part in these essential aspects of life. The proposed level of cuts will mean that our clients will no longer be able to afford to live independently or have the help that they require in order to achieve the same lifestyle and quality of life as everyone else. Maslow's hierarchy of needs states that once basic physiological needs are met, the next level of requirement is that of safety. Human beings need a predictable, orderly and fair world where equalities exist for everybody. The level of cuts proposed would result in a huge deficit in the equality and safety for the very people who need it most. Thank you for listening to me and to everybody that's here.
Thank you. My name is Connie Martinez. That word is so powerful, it's protecting us. And I remember the first time I penny living, and I mentioned here, it's voting the governor. I don't regret to vote him, but he needs to see who voted him. It's I. I have some ability, but also a human being. I was involved in Washington, D.C. I've been involved to speak for the wife of my familia. I went to Japan because they take me over there. That right helped me to be a speaker. For the one couldn't have a voice is be a voice. People here is my familia. And the people, do you say somebody make mistake and say put it aside? They're the ones who pay the price, not us. You know, we also give something too. I make a point to vote. I make a point to give my blood. Somebody want my blood? I involve all that. I'm very involved in that. I want to feed for the hunger, the poor. I'm involved in the church to sing. Please, I know some people don't have a heart. I believe you do have a heart. I believe you go to church, and I believe you believe in God. But also you have to look at the people over here, compassion and justice. Please, please, don't close your heart. Listen your heart and your ear. Thank you very much.
My name is Jackie Armstrong, and I have a developmental disability. I am able to speak my mind quite well and have skills in my memory and vocabulary and my job, and I also have a California diploma. I lack the basic skills most people take for granted, such as crossing the street safely, cooking, hygiene, and even holding a conversation without interrupting. Most people that meet me think there is no way I need this level of support. Rest assure you, it is because I have supported living services that I am so independent. I receive supported living services from Creative Living Options. They help me live on my own. I receive about 6 hours a day support from my staff. They help me get ready for work. They help me with my nutrition, cooking, budgeting, and they remind me to take my medication and shower. They've helped me register to vote. They take me to activities such as Weight Watchers, karaoke, and Special Olympics practice and tournaments. In the community, they help me maintain my safety with cars and strangers. They help me find my way around, and when I was in junior college, they also helped me find my way around in campus. These services are vital to my being safe, active, and independent. Without supported living services, I would only have 3 choices: to have no support whatsoever and basically be dangerous and be in a dangerous and vulnerable situation, live with my aging and retired parents until they are no longer able to take care of me, or live in a group home where my basic rights, needs, and choices are discarded for a group of people. The other major support I get is I work at Pride Industries. I work in a department called Medical Business Unit at Pride's headquarters in Roseville. Another consumer and I put together a medical device called Game Ready, and we are contracted with a company in Hayward. I earn a real paycheck. Without Pride, I would be unemployed, and my activities would consist of going to the library and watching television all day long. I hope to marry and own my own home with my husband Patrick and our staff, but with the cuts, there is a possibility that as a married couple, we would not be able to receive services, and most group homes don't allow marriages, and who really wants to live as a married couple as their parents? Come on. With all these services, I am proud, I feel smart, and I contribute to my community. Without Pride or supported living services, you are looking at a very depressed, inactive, and vulnerable adult, and there are thousands more just like me. Thank you for your time and this opportunity.
Hi, my name is Crystal Hushnam. I have been living with Pretty Willie all my life. Also, I have been with Regional Center more than 24 years with no support and medication that I desperately need to be healthy and living. And if I will not receive that support, then I don't know what I will do when you take it away from me. So I'm here to say, please don't take it away. For me, I beg you, don't take it, because I need it to be alive. If you take it away, I can't have the support that I need and staff, and I don't have any place to live. And now I live on my own, place with North Star services, and I don't want to go back to the group home. I want to stay where I am at, and I'm happy there, so please don't let me go back.
Hi, I'm Leanne Peterson. I'm from Granite Bay. And forgive me because it's been a long time since my high school debate years, and so I'm not familiar with public speaking here. But I just want to share with you some thoughts from 3 this morning. Many parents have been tempted at one time or another to leave their children alone in the car while they just rush in for a moment to pick up something from the store. Of course, the responsible ones of us would never do such a thing because they know that they're entrusted with keeping their children safe, and abandoning them, even if only for a minute, would jeopardize their safety. Well, my opinion is that the proposed cuts California State plans to make to developmental services is precisely like leaving the kids alone in the car while the state rushes to the store for just a moment. The Lanterman Act was our citizens saying that we recognize our responsibility for keeping the most vulnerable among us safe and healthy. Why? I would like to think it's because we realize that it's just the right thing to do. But it's also important to remember that each one of us is just a statistic away from having disabilities strike us in some way, to our sons or daughters, nieces or nephews, brothers and sisters, or our parents. Now, typically, I'm the kind of person who, when asked to do less, will roll up my sleeves and make do with less. But the depth of the cuts being proposed for the Department of Health and Human Services has left me stunned. Our 25-year-old daughter, Erin, here, with the mental capacity of a 2-year-old, has been told that she has to make do with nearly 10 hours a month less in supported living hours. Does that mean that the state of California really thinks that my 2-year-old should be left alone to fend for herself 2 hours a day? Surely the state of California cannot be serious about this. I beg this committee and the state of California to search long and hard and elsewhere in the budget to make up the $7.5 million shortfall. My daughter and thousands like her did nothing to earn her disability. I did everything right in preparing to have my child, but she ended up being a statistic. If potholes don't get filled, or state employees are asked to contribute toward their pensions and health benefits, or UC chancellors take a pay cut, or firefighters don't get to retire at age 50, well, cuts to these areas might be uncomfortable, and they might even be a hardship for some. But people won't die. Prisoners have earned a little hardship, in my opinion. Are UC chancellors and water district GMs worth the salaries they currently receive? Please, please look harder at different areas in the state budget to cut before risking the lives of the most vulnerable among us. Thank you.
Good afternoon. This is my friend Guadalupe Valdemaro, and this is her story. My name is Guadalupe Valdemaro. I used to live in an institution for 14 years. It was very bad there. I did not like it. They would restrain me 5 points, which means they would tie my arms and legs and stomach down with leather straps. I would be red and bruised afterwards. They would over-medicate me so I'd be easier to deal with. I did not like it there. They put me with a roommate who tried to commit suicide. The institution was always locked, so I didn't have any freedoms. I felt depressed, and I was humiliated. The people there didn't care about what I wanted. They also didn't listen to me. One day we went on an outing. They walked faster than I did, so I took off on a bus and went to LA. I lived there on the streets, and there I was beaten, robbed, and raped. The police found me and put me back into an institution. Once I had my baby, they took him from me because people like me who have disabilities don't have any rights. I felt like a chicken in a chicken coop. I've been in supported living now for 8 years, as of February 1st, 2011. I've been living on my own now, and I love it. I know the people who work with me and for me, and they care about me. They listen to me and what is important to me. They want what is best for me. I make choices now. I also am able to take care of my own animal and live in my own home. I get upset at times, and when I do, the people that my staff Help me work through my problems instead of over-medicating me and restraining me. I'm so glad that I am out of an institution. Please, please allow me to keep living on my own. Please don't take my services away and take my freedoms that come with it. I'm happy where I am. Guadalupe Valdemara. And I just want to say that this is one of many, many letters that you're getting today, and each letter has a face. And I just want you to think of the faces as you guys make your decisions, and we just beg you not to cut the budget. Thank you.
I am Kay Dills. I am Kay Dills. I want.
Well, she had typed out before she fainted, waiting all this time, that she wants to live a quality life. Without support, she would not be able to move or speak. And I'd like to add, as her support, I get to, on a daily basis, be her instrument so that she can live a quality life by going to school, having a job, and actually having her own little business, too. So if these services are cut, then her and other folks like her, quality of life will diminish. And I just ask that you please reconsider and find a way through other things to cut besides the services of these valuable people.
Hi, my name is Lauren Clifford, and I'm 22, and I live in my home, and I live with Lindy, and I can do any of my sporting events, and please help me stay happy and excited and keep my money protected and very sweet. And I've been with SLS for almost 20 years. And I think I spelled Denise's name wrong, but that's okay. And I put Val instead of Van. And please keep my money in hand and stay strong and keep my money safe. Yeah. Thank you very much. Lauren Clifford. Yeah.
Hi there, members of the committee. Thank you very much for giving us this time today to express our voice. My name is Austin Taylor. I am a member of the community, and I pride myself in that. I've gotten to do a whole lot because of that. Before I get to that, just briefly, I want to express to you that I hold in my hand 2 keys. One is to my house, one is to my mailbox. When I put these keys inside of a lock, I expect it to unlock possibilities. If you take away the ability for me to stick this key in a lock, you are effectively diminishing the realm of possibilities available to me and others like me, and everybody in here wants their own key in life, or multiple keys, to their own success. And we've heard a lot about purchase of service standards today. In effect, we have set our own purchase of service standards for you as a committee. Just because no monetary transfer has taken place for those purchases of service, we entrust you on a daily basis, moment by moment, to make the right decision, to do the right thing. And could someone tell me what time it is?
It's 1:30.
At 1:30 in the afternoon on February 10th, you have the opportunity right before you to take this, all your experiences that you've learned today, and set before you and others after us a new precedent that tells people the strongest statement you can make is $750 million in cuts is just an unascertainable number and a goal that we cannot reach. And I've been able to go to a lot of places in my life and travel the world and climb mountains, the last one which was Yosemite and Clouds Rest specifically. And we may think that being able to climb a mountain in my position is something that's, unobtainable, but because of the services directly provided to me on a daily basis, I was able to see the world and climb a mountain. And if you apply that analogy to life, there will be one mountain in life that I can't expect to climb, and that is the gaping chasm that will be left in the dust of $750 million. And I trust you, and I ask you to trust me when I say, on behalf of myself, and I would surmise everybody in this room, that that is one mountain we will accept not having to climb. Thank you.
Nice job.
Hi, my name is Trudy Collins, and I'm a mother of a developmentally disabled daughter, and I just want to read her story to you. I want to express how grateful I am for all the programs California offers for the developmentally disabled people in this state. My daughter is developmentally disabled and has been all of her life. She is now 52 years old. Because of the programs California has offered, she has had a reasonably happy life. She has the mental ability of approximately a 6-year-old and has to be with someone to help her on 24/7 daily basis, as she is not able to live on her own. She has lived with me and in care homes. 4 years ago, she had pneumonia and was in intensive care on a respirator for over 3 months. She was then moved to a specialty hospital for people on respirators for another 3 months. She then went into a convalescent hospital. Total hospital time and convalescent hospital time around 1 year. All of her doctors and specialists told me that she would not live and would not be able to function again if she did live. She is now a miracle. Not only did she live, but she functions better than she ever did. I give my thanks to God. He performed the miracle. To the doctors, they did a wonderful job, and to her current living conditions, in-home supported services and supported living services. She now has her own apartment with her supported services and people. She goes to work 3 days a week, which she loves, and is developing a talent for arts and crafts. She is walking, talking, and functioning much better than she ever did in her life, and is very happy. I feel happiness is the highest goal in anyone's life, and with the help of these programs, she has achieved this. Without her medical, her Medi-Cal, her Medicare, physical therapy, regional center, and her home living program, she would be in very bad shape if she was even here. I can't begin to explain all the good these programs have done for her. They have saved her life and made it happy. Please keep these programs going.
We're past 1 o'clock, so we're aiming for 2 o'clock. I know we still have a lot of people out there, but you've been great. I appreciate you being so succinct. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. My name is Carol Johnson and committee members. My name is Carol Johnson, and I come to you as a provider and a parent. Been providing services to people with developmental disabilities now for about 18 years. But I got a wake-up call in 1981 when my daughter was diagnosed with a developmental disability. I didn't know what that was. Parents, we don't know what to do when that happens. You know, I got a lot of education, got a lot of training, and decided that I needed to change my career path because my passion was to see those individuals supported. My daughter realized her dreams. She got a home, she got married, she got a divorce, but she realized that because she had supported living services. And you know, we chuckle about getting a divorce, but most of us get divorces over statistics say money, and you don't pay enough attention to me. It's exactly what happened in her situation. The 60 clients that I support in supported living, most of them don't have any family. They have us. A lot of our consumers are getting elderly or over middle age, and they don't have anybody to spend Thanksgiving with. They don't have anybody to spend Christmas with. They couldn't live in their own homes and their own apartments without our support. The cuts are just too big. We need to look at other ways to do it. I'm really concerned about the purchase of service standards, as it's maybe just a pretty word for undermining the Landerman Act. If we don't keep the integrity of the Landerman Act, I don't know what will happen to the services to all the individuals you've heard today and that are in the hallway and that are in the state. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. we can keep working on that 1 minute, that would be great, so we can hear as many people as possible.
Okay.
Thank
Hi, my name is Claudia Bolton, and I'm the Executive Director of North Star Supported Living Services. And I did send in letters to the committee from